Colleagues, we are starting with our meeting, and I hope that we all have the agenda for this meeting. If not distributed, okay. Yeah, I'm reminded that we are going paperless this time. So the agenda is displayed on the screen there. And the first item is opening. We want to take this opportunity to officially open this meeting. And the second item is welcome. You are all welcome. And we want to thank you, MEC, Acting HOD, and your entourage. Honorable members, legislature staff, the representative from the provincial treasury, and also greet people who are watching from different media platforms. You are welcome. This meeting has been convened based on the agreement in the previous meeting, in particular the hearing when you appeared, because during that public hearing, the committee realized that the resolutions, the House resolutions, were not crafted in a way that we expected them. They were not very clear. And we requested the department to go back and rework them so that they are user-friendly. And must remind the people that the department appearing today is the Department of Education, led by Honorable Mabongolero Ramakhanye, and the acting HOD, Mr. Mashawa. I nearly said Martin, but you're still Martin Mashawa. Thank you very much. And MEC, we really appreciate your response. We know that in education, this is a very critical period where you are preparing learners to write, especially grade 12, to write the trial examination. This is the third quarter, which is one of the quarter that is used for revision even with lower classes, but you always avail yourselves. We believe that education or teaching is not only with the teachers in class, but you are also contributing in motivating and ensuring that everything is well in terms of preparations for the coming examinations. So we really appreciate your presence, and we hope that you have done your homework, you have done your corrections. Like I always emphasize that as a teacher, I don't expect any failure of the corrections. If a learner fails corrections, even after we've shown him or her the correct answers, but you still fails, then it becomes a very serious problem. So we take that this meeting today is going to present corrections, and they will be 100%. So without any waste of time, we just want to indicate that we agreed that we go digital, and we also appreciate even your reports are complying to that, but we had some challenges here and there in terms of opening some of the documents. And we take it as a learning curve, but as we are going to present, because Lena, you are teachers, you'll also be able to show us how better to utilize those links and documents, so that even with other departments, we'll be able to continue doing it right. So without any waste of time, let me go to the roll call and apologies, which is item number 3. maybe starting with our coordinator, Mr. Mkari, can we check if there are apologies?
Oh, thank you. The apology that we received is Honorable Mahuja. He has gone to buy some medication, he's coming back. He'll be joining us. We have got an apology from Provincial Treasury, Ms. Semenya and Mr. Makavi. We also have apology from Auditor General South Africa. They are held up with audits. I think these are the apologies that. Oh,
Small.
Honorable Smale is also having another meeting, as well as Honorable Majomani is held up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In fact, just to put in on record, Honorable Smale is not feeling well, he's on sick leave. He forwarded an apology that he is to go to the checkup today. So those are the apologies that we have received, but we also note the absence of Honorable Mapolo and Honorable Sobotoma. Can I check if you have apologies, Amisi? Do you have any apology from your side? Okay, thank you very much. The next item is on introductions. We'll start with members of the committee. Starting with myself, my name is Esther Mokwele, the chairperson of Scopa.
Morning. And also the MEC and their entourage. My name is Honorable Nempo Murunitisi, member of Scopa.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, MEC and colleagues. My name is Honorable Faith Sebopela, member of this committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to everyone. Let me also greet Honorable MEC and entourage. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela, member of this committee, Scopa. Thank you.
Thanks very much. My name is Machete Pesi, member of this committee. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Staff.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is William Mkari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Martin Choshi. I'm the committee researcher.
Good morning, everybody. Utimele Muleja Elizabeth, the researcher for the Portfolio Committee on Education.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jerry Shirinda. I'm a researcher.
Good morning, honorable members and the department. My name is Carol Sloana, Communication Services.
Morning, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Saul More. I'm with Communication Services in the legislature.
Morning, members, Chair. My name is Dikele Dishadu, Assistant Committee Coordinator.
Morning, members. My name is Sandra Ntuli, Communication Officer, ANC Party Caucus.
Morning, Chair, colleagues, and colleagues from the department. My name is Tobakale Peter from the Office of the Chief Whip.
Morning, honorable members and colleagues, members from the Education Department, Lawrence Shilabie from the Office of the Chief Whip.
Morning, everyone. My name is James Watler, IT Limpopo Legislature.
Good morning, Maola Nichizibe, Communication Services.
Good morning, my name is Kathy Mamabolo from the Legal Services.
Good morning, I'm Pauline Soketsa, Committee Researcher.
Good morning, Lerato Masete, Committee Coordinator, Portfolio Committee on Health.
Yeah, thank you very much, MEC. Oh, okay. From the Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning all. My name is Matavos Chocho from Treasury.
Thank you, MEC.
The Macheroni, Honorable Chair of the Scopa Committee, and the honorable members of the committee, colleagues in the legislature, and also the manager and team legislature for the committee. My name is Mabungule Ramakanya, the MEC of Education in Limpopo. I am with the team education, which I'm going to ask from the acting HOD. They will all introduce themselves.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. And my name is Martin Mashaba. I'm the acting head of department. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Yvonne Matabata, the CFO. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, as well as honorable MEC. My name is Moses Simelane. I'm the acting DDG for curriculum.
Morning, Chairperson, morning, honorable members and honorable MEC. My name is Naftali Mulope, acting DDG Corporate Management.
Morning, Honorable Chair and members, our Honorable MEC and all colleagues. My name is Dion Letsedi, the acting DDG responsible for institutional governance, coordination and support.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, MEC and colleagues. My name is Nakampe Malaji. I'm the Chief Director responsible for physical resources.
And we are on item number, I hope everybody is introduced. There are people at the back there. We must account for each and every person who is in here.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Mahlangu. I'm the Community Outreach and Legislature Support Officer in the Office of the MEC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are on item number 5, which is the main purpose. Like we have indicated in the previous public hearing, we found that the resolutions were not clearly indicated in terms of the progress, and we requested the department that they go and rework so that we are able to determine if there is progress. But we must indicate, MEC, that we are worried in terms of the audit opinion of unqualified for more than donkey years. qualified, yes, qualified, and you are stuck there. And we believe that the department must just do something to change that. We understand that is a very big department with so many programs, looking or governance of the schools, 700 and something schools in the province, the circuits, the districts, but at least just show some improvement at one stage, to show that all the efforts of the officials and even of the government are indeed giving required results. So we are hoping that as and when we receive the audit outcomes at the end of next month, we just pray. I'm praying with you. I know that you are praying as well, and because I feel attached to. In fact, not feeling. I am attached to this department. So, if something is raised and they are saying education, I open my eyes, and then when they say qualified, I say not again. So, let's make sure that we improve. And one of the things that can make us to improve is the implementation of the resolutions, because these resolutions are the answers towards unqualified audit and clean audit. Some of these issues, that if they are cleared, they will be cleared in your books, and you'll get a desirable outcome. But without any waste of time, we are going to give you a chance to present the resolutions as contained in your 2023, 2024, 2022, 2023 reports, which were submitted here in February, in February. So we give you that chance, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings once more to the honorable members. We want to thank the committee for allowing us space and time to go and rectify and also to update the resolutions as we are expected by the committee. We also want to appreciate the indulgence that the committee has given us as the department. There are two things, Chairperson, that I should be able to indicate. We start praying for the December results in January. When it is June, we stop, because we will not have sufficient time to pray when we are busy now with the pure logistics. So similarly with the audit, we prayed last year. Immediately the audit last year came out, we prayed for good tidings this year. And I'm sure we are starting this meeting positively, Chair. Your former department has moved. In our audit is preliminary. We are still working, but the tidings are going to change. We are committed as the Department of Limpopo to give service to our communities. So one of them will be for us to move from qualified to unqualified. We had a meeting with the AG, so we have moved, Chair, don't worry. So we bring good news today, and I'm sure through our resolutions you'll also see. But the second good news that the department brings is that the Premier has appointed the HOD. So we'll reduce one acting with the HOD going to start on the 1st of September, I think so, yeah. The 1st of September, the new HOD will be starting. The DDG Mashaba and the other DDGs will be here to give the HOD support, and all of us will be here. Then also the good news is that we have also reduced one acting on the DDGs. We have appointed DDG governance starting 1st August. And I think the Mr. Dion, who's acting, they've already started with the person that will be coming to do proper handing over, so that then by the time the person come, there is sufficient time to work together. So there is a plan that we have put in place as a department on how do we interface with the new people that will be coming, and we don't regress on where we are as they come in. So these are the things that we bring good news today, Chair. So allow me, through your approval, to hand over to the acting HOD to give us the report.
My name is Martin Mashaba. I'm the acting head of department, the Department of Education, and good morning to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, my MEC, and the colleagues who are here with me. It's a privilege, Honorable Chairperson, that we are granted an opportunity, as the MEC has said, that we can come and resubmit to you the corrected and updated report on how we have dealt with the previous resolutions. Chairperson, I will try to be straight to the point because I believe members have received the report. Just to start by saying, as you look at that first part, which gives a summary of the resolutions that we had, you'll recall, members, that from the previous appearance, our report was indicating that we had 45 resolutions that were not attended to when we appeared. And we did indicate that we were engaging with the provincial treasury, and indeed, our team worked very hard and they worked very well with the provincial treasury to an extent that the report that members are having today indicates that the number of unresolved cases or resolutions have gone down from 45 to 12. And we will then go into the details of the ones that are still unresolved and indicating what the issues are. Except to say at this stage, Honorable Chairperson, that most of them have already been submitted to Treasury. We are engaging with them. There are items that they are still assessing, and we are hopeful. There are a few that they've indicated that they will recommend that they be resolved. And when that is done, we will indicate. So, but just to briefly go through the report, you can see from the resolutions of 14-15, the engagements with Treasury, the team there says they are happy. All of them have been resolved. 15-16, we had 11, all of them have been resolved. 16-17, we had 13, all of them have been attended to. 17-18, we had 15. Now from 17-18, we were able to resolve 12, so we still have 3 that have not been resolved. Now those 3 are the ones that I will briefly look at now. The first one was, it was that the committee had recommended or actually taken a resolution that the department must develop an action plan to ensure that all these findings that were there are resolved. Now you will see that this will be repeating, and the action plan was developed, but the reason why it has not as yet been resolved is that the AG was, the provincial treasury, the team that is assessing our assessment, our submissions, was saying, as long as you are unqualified, you are qualified, then we will not remove this item. We can see, yes, you have got an action plan, and they were happy with the action plan, but they then said, this item will only move once you get unqualified, because then it will mean that your action plan is working well. And so that is why that item is still there. The action plan was developed, and we are informing the MEC is up to date with what is happening on the action plan, and also it's part of our report to both the portfolio committee, the audit committee, and also to Scopa on how we are dealing with these matters. The next item that has not as yet been resolved, it was that the action plan must be developed to address all targets that have not been achieved. And then you'll see under progress, we are indicating those PPMs and targets that were not achieved. This was in line with what we had previously presented, but basically just to indicate why it was not possible for the targets to be achieved. Just briefly to indicate, for example, the issue about teacher absenteeism and percentage of budget allocated to non-personnel items, we were indicating that these were based on estimates, and therefore it was difficult to be on the team with regards to estimates. However, the matter has not as yet been resolved because, as I said, as with the same one, as long as we have a problem that we still have targets that are not met, it means that the team that is assessing our submissions is of the view that that action plan still needs to be beefed up. And then the next recommendation there, the committee had resolved that the accounting officer must take action against the responsible officials. And as we indicate in the progress, we were saying that when we assessed the reasons for the underachievement, we realized that it was not the fault of the officials, and therefore that is why action on these PPMs was not taken against the responsible officials. And then we go to the next one, which is number Resolution 13. It was on investigations. The committee had recommended that the executive authority must table a report in the House on the recommendations of the investigations and provide progress report on the implementation of the recommendations every 6 months from 31 October 2020 until the recommendations are fully implemented. And what we are indicating there is that the report on these investigations form part of our update on Scopa, which is part of the submissions that, as I said, we are making to the Portfolio Committee and to the Audit Committee. So it will have a section that deals with investigations. The item on Section 100, investigations, this we have engaged with Provincial Treasury. They are still looking at it, and we are of the view that we have supplied everything that is needed, and maybe in the next report we will be able to indicate whether that team is happy with the submission that we have made. And then the next one was for the resolutions for 18-19. Resolutions for 18-19, we had 9 resolutions, and the team is happy that all 9 have been attended to satisfactorily. Resolutions for 19-20, we had 12, and 10 were resolved. The 2 that were not resolved is first one, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the targets that were not met in that year. And in this respect, with regards to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the committee recommended that the accounting officer must recover fruitless and wasteful expenditure from negligent officials. Now, we give the details under progress of the 2 items that we have already received a report on. As members will recall, in the previous meetings, we did indicate that we have engaged the services of service providers who are on the list. That was people who were, or service providers who were appointed by Provincial Treasury to do investigations. So we have engaged them to do investigations on our behalf, simply because we do not have capacity within our unit. Also looking at the bulk, the number of items that had not been addressed over the years. Now the team is looking at these fruitless and wasteful expenditure items, taking them batch by batch, looking at high value items and investigating them. So as of now, the report that has been submitted, it was the first one, which is part of the attachment. Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, I realize that those who are struggling to open the attachment is those who are using a laptop like mine. If you are using Apple, it's difficult to open, but I think if you're on Windows, those who are using Windows, it's easy to open because even on this one, I can't open. But if I'm on Windows, I'm able to open it. So we'll just see, we have noted the recommendation. Maybe next time we will put them separate so that they are not embedded into the document.
HP, they were able to open.
Yes, okay. No.
So, but we'll appreciate where you have, you are referring to a document, if you can open so that we also have an idea of what is happening.
Oh, okay. So is the Secretariat not able to open that one? It's not opening. It doesn't open. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, so that one is not able. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. That report details all the investigations or the investigations that were finalized by the investigators. And it relates to, if you can just go down a little bit so that we see all of those items, it relates to that amount of 800,000 rand that we have noted in the report. And if you go down, on each of those items, the investigation, just go down again. Yes, I just want you to go down to the findings of the investigations. Go down, go down. Yeah, still the repeat of that. Then go down where it takes them one by one. Okay, the first one is that one of Lebete, Atonis, and Associates. Now, if you go down, what it says there is that the department had breached the contract for Natala Makuba Consulting. Basically, we had a contract with them, and during the Section 100 period and that era, the amount of 264,000 that was owed to the consultant was not paid, and ultimately, when a settlement was reached, we were then charged interest equals to the capital. As you know that once interest reaches the capital, then there is a cap, you can't go beyond. So that is why you see that the interest is almost double. It means the amount was actually owed for a much longer period. It's just that they had to cap the interest to the original amount that was owed. Now, so the amount was paid, and the fruitless and wasteful was the interest that was paid on that account because there was a delay. Now, the investigators, if you go down, you will see that the total amount paid was 529, is the original amount plus the interest. And then just go down to the recommendation from the investigators. But basically, they are saying they have noted that the responsible officials was the former director responsible for legal services. But at the time when they did that, yeah, they under conclusion, they are saying that the amount is not recoverable because the official is no longer in the employ of the department. That was the first case. Go to the next one. The next one, it was for Mudau. With this case, I'm not sure if members may remember, but what happened here was that Mudau was appointed, but the initial was wrong. So basically, there were two Mudaus who applied for a post. One was Mudau C, and the other one was Mudau, I can't see that clearly. Okay, but that Mudau C was not the one who was supposed to be appointed. The people who were processing the appointment just saw Mudau, and then they appointed Mudau C, when actually, if you go down a bit, then you'll see the initials of the other one. Yes, the other one is Mudau P. So what then happened is that we then had to terminate the wrong appointment, but as you terminate it, then you have to pay that person. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we had to pay them for, I can't remember whether it was 3 months or but the person was terminated and a new correct appointment was made. Then the investigations indicated that, if you go down a bit, The investigation then indicated that the responsible official was the director responsible for human resource at the time, who did not do proper checking before signing off that appointment, and also the time when this was finalized, that employee was no longer in the department. He had already left. If you go down, okay, just go down to the next case. I think that is just a summary of what I was saying. The next one, number C and number D, they are the same. Basically what happened here was that at the district, they appointed this company, Norman Luxury Tours, and the next one that will come. When the people then, they were appointed to give us 4 buses for transporting of learners. But when they claimed for 4. We appointed them for 3, but they claimed for 4. So obviously this 4th one was not a proper appointment, and the investigators then identified that the responsible official there, if you go down a bit, towards the end you'll see, so it just gives there the details about the number of days the person claimed and the rate per kilometers and the vehicles that were contracted. However, the person claimed for 4, and that person there, Mabunda MF, is the financer for, deputy director for finance in, I think it was Mogalakwena district, or Waterberg district, sorry. It was in Waterberg district. So the case is exactly the same. If you go down to the next one, it's exactly the same case. You will see. It's also a scholar, yeah, that one there. Just go down, you'll see the details. Yes, it's exactly the same case, contracted for 3, but the service provider claimed for 4, and it's still the same official, and that official left the department before the investigations could be finalized. Okay, go to the next one. I think should be the last one, this one. The next one, this relates to a case which was reported in the newspapers, some members might remember this, where a wall fell on a learner while they were waiting for transport, if I recall the case very well, and therefore the matter was taken to court. The attorneys for the learner were claiming, I think something like 500,000. If you go down, you will see the amount that they were claiming. This was in Vembe West, or 200,000. They were claiming 200,000, and the matters was looked at. Basically, what they look at is what are they claiming for, and then they tax that thing to say, until the lawyers agree to say, based on the injuries and all those things, we think a reasonable amount is this one. So the 2 lawyers then ultimately agreed that the amount to be paid was 32,000. That was then made an order of the court, and that was paid, which is that 36,000. However, the problem was with that interest, because there was a delay after the court order was granted. There was a delay in effecting the payment, which resulted in that interest of 4,100. Then if we go down, again, the same as with that one up there of the legal services, the legal director for legal services was the one found to be responsible for this. But when the investigators tried to collect or to get the money, the person was no longer in the employ of the department. They had left some time back. So this is the report that agrees with that, on the report, with that 800,000 that we said investigations were complete. Then the next one under fruitless and wasteful is the one on Haymouth. There is an amount of 907,000 that is relating to an overdue account on Haymeth. And those who are in the sector, you'll recall the Haymeth program is that one that was used in schools to try to improve the performance of maths in schools. Now, when Section 100 came, for some reason they had a view that that contract was irregular, and they stopped the contract without necessarily following due processes. The service provider then took us to court and won the case, and there was an interest that was charged on that account of, I think the interest was a bit higher, but this was due to the delay in settling that amount that was due. If I'm not mistaken, we were also charged almost double the amount of the original amount. I think it was something like 85 million or somewhere there. So, but this 907,000, it was because there was a delay in settling the account. The investigators then noted that this was the responsible official was the Section 100 administrator, and the recovery could not take place there. It could not be done from him. So that was on fruitless and wasteful. Then on resolution 8, number 2 under this year, is achievement of planned targets. The resolution was that the action must be taken against responsible officials for failing to maintain accurate and complete records to support the reason for the deviations between planned targets and the achievements as reported in the annual performance report. And then we are indicating there, or as I said a bit earlier on, this one will also not be resolved as long as there is a repeat finding in the other year. And because we had repeat findings on performance information, this matter remains unresolved. And but then in the report, we are just for information purposes indicating those PPMs for which we could not get supporting information, like for learner absenteeism rate. As we said, it was based on the information from SASMs, and we also teach absenteeism rate, and it's the same information I gave on top. I do not want to repeat that again. Then if we go down, still all the PPMs for which we could not get the MOVs, means of verification for deviation. Okay, as I said, that remains unresolved because we still had repeat findings after that year. Then for 2021, if you can go down. For 2021, we had 11 resolutions, and 8 were resolved, and 3 still remain. And of those 3, the first one is as the chairperson noted, the stagnant audit outcome. Now, the committee had resolved that the department must have an action plan to deal with the findings. As I indicated, even though the action plan was developed, it was monitored, but as long as the opinion did not change, this matter would remain. So this is why the matter is still here. It's just remaining because the audit opinion had not changed for that year. But as I indicated, we are working very closely with Treasury. They are supporting us, and we think most of these matters are going to be cleared. The committee had recommended that Treasury must support us. As I indicated, they are supporting us. We don't have a problem. And then the committee had also recommended or resolved that the report must be tabled on a half-yearly basis, and that we are doing. You will see that the attachment there is simply just an indication of the fourth quarterly performance report that we hold as a department, and which we submit to the committee. That is, I'm not sure if members would want to see that, but that is just the meetings that we have with the MEC where this matter is considered. The Next item was on irregular expenditure. And the recommendation here was that action must be taken against the accounting officer for making payments in contravention of the supply chain management requirements, which resulted in that 5.1 billion irregular expenditure. And we have indicated that the action was taken against the accounting officer. The report was presented in the previous meeting. However, it is still not resolved like the other ones because we still have irregular expenditure, and this will remain until the department does not have irregular expenditure unless the processes at Treasury change. But as it is for now, that is what we have been informed of. So as I said, it's not that the action was not taken. And then in the previous reports, we have also indicated the action that was taken against all the different officials. And, but as I said, the matter still remains unresolved because we still have irregular expenditure. And then, okay, just hope I'm not skipping something here. Okay, part of that was also that the department must make a presentation or report and update Scopa on these matters, and this is the half-yearly and quarterly reporting that we are doing through the portfolio committee and to Scopa. If we go down, then number 3 was on litigations. The first resolution there was that the accounting officer must identify the nature of significant uncertainties and develop a proper action plan to assist in reducing and curbing of litigation. As we had previously reported, these uncertainties simply came because of the fact that at the time when we were reporting, we were not certain, we were not sure whether the department would win the case or not win the case, and we were waiting for the courts to finalize such cases. And this is then linked to the other resolution that was given here to say that the department must take action where it is discovered that these litigations have resulted in financial loss. I think this is a bit of a problem, but it's something that we are dealing with because most of the losses and the interest and loss cases we have, default judgments and all those things, we find that we don't get proper support from the state attorney. You submit a report and either they don't take it to court, you get a default judgment, and or sometimes you are also made to pay penalties. So those ones we will take up with the office of the Premier because we think it's a problem. But the ones where we find that an official was responsible, we take action. For example, if we are made to pay for corporal punishment, I think members know, those are some of the sins. I'm looking for a proper word. It's escaping me. Transgression, thank you. It's here, but it's just escaping me. Those are some of the transgressions for which a presiding officer does not have an option. It's very clear. If you do 1, 2, 3, and corporal punishment is one of them, sexual misconduct is one of them, those ones is dismissal. So once they say guilty, you can't say, okay, let me think, are there mitigating circumstances? Maybe, let's say I can give you 3 months suspension. No, those ones are, the act is very clear as to once he's guilty, what can be done. There are others where the presiding officer has an option to decide what sanction to implement. But what I'm saying here is that currently what we are doing in our, the legal services has looked at all our cases that we have lost, and they have identified where there is a possibility that one of our officials might have been found wanting, and they are now taken to the risk unit, and they are sitting to see if we can take action against them, either for whatever reason or maybe even to recover the money that was lost. So in the next report, we will indicate the progress in this regard, but we have started actioning this matter, which was not done previously. But then we also indicate there that the measures that we have put in place, I do not want to go too much into it, but the main issues here are, like, for example, if we take the one about the wall which fell on a learner, it's all about school safety. We have got a number of cases where learners get injured at school. So what we do is that through our school safety unit, we are engaging in making our SMTs making them aware of the issues about school safety. It's still a long way to go, but that is the route that we want to take. And then on school infrastructure, we are indicating there that we have started the process to do overall conditional assessment of all our schools, which will then give us and guide us as to what maintenance measures should be taken. We have appointed service providers who will, because of the number of schools that we have there, we have got so many properties that one person cannot be able to do it in a short space of time. So we have allocated them per district so that they only concentrate on that district, and we are able to get the work finalized very quickly. Yeah, the other matters, I do not want to go over them, but it's simply, I was just summarizing the progress there, which are things that we had previously also spoken about. For 21-22, we had 9 resolutions. We have resolved 3, and the ones that are unresolved, the first one is underspending on the conditional grant. The team at Treasury is still looking at this one, but just very briefly, the underspending on the NSNP, basically it was the delays in invoices being submitted for payment, and these were paid in April. So at the end of March, there was the expenditure there was very low, but overall the amount was spent, just that it was paid as accruals in the following year. The same applies to the EPWP social sector grant. The education infrastructure grant, basically, as we have reported previously, is mainly due to poor performance of contractors. What we have done, 2 things that we have done is that if a contractor is not performing, they are terminated, and we have attached their letters, examples of letters of those service providers that we have terminated. We have engaged with the implementing agents, because most of them, they are at implementing agents, and we have agreed with them that if in a particular year they see that a contractor was not performing very well, then that contractor must not be considered going forward. But other than that, we are engaging with them to continuously to ensure that these matters are addressed. And then on the non-performance due to SCM, I think we have re-indicated previously that we have taken action against the officials. But as I said, overall, the matters still remain unresolved because we have not always been able to spend all the the conditional grants that were allocated to us. The next one was the achievement of planned targets. It's the same that we have reported before, but the committee had recommended that we must develop a quarterly monitoring mechanism and report to the portfolio committee on a quarterly basis. And under progress, we are just indicating that yes, this is happening, and the performance assessment meetings are attended by all senior management with the MEC in attendance, and we also submit such reports to the portfolio committee. And then the next one was that the committee recommends that an action plan must be put in place to prevent this anomaly of underachievement. As I said, it still remains open as not resolved because we still had targets that were not achieved. Yeah, and then the next one was that about we need to report to the committee, and that is what we are doing. Number 3, which is resolution 5 for 2021. The committee recommended that the executive authority must take action against the accounting officer for submitting financial statements which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework. And we indicated a bit earlier on, that indeed action was taken with the assistance from OTP on this matter. But as I said, these are part of those that will remain unresolved until the department gets a clean audit. We may probably still remain with this finding. Then under investigations, which was resolution 7, the committee had recommended that the executive authority must table a report on the implementation of recommendations by the investigation as undertaken by SAPS, that is the Hawks. We did report previously that we have engaged the Hawks, and they had given us a quotation for the work that they are going to do. We have engaged with them again. I think we are almost at the stage when they are going to be coming to do the implementation of their lifestyle audit, but we have agreed with them. The only problem was that noting that they are going to have to do lifestyle audits on so many officials. It's officials in SCM and also SMS members. It will be quite a big number, because SMS members, we are about 60, and then when you add supply chain officials, it will be almost 100. So what we have agreed with them is that they will then take them in terms of those offices that we think are high risk, and then go down the line until everybody is covered. And that is what we are doing now. And the next one was that under RWOPS, remunerative work outside public service, the committee had recommended that action must be taken against officials and recover all the money which was earned irregularly by such employees. We had reported that action was taken and that the officials were given final written warnings. We still have not been able to finalize this matter of whether we can reopen that case, because the case has been finalized as to what the implications of that would be. But the report will be, or the submission on this matter progress will be part of what we are submitting to the committee. Then number 6, which was resolution number 9 for that year. It was on the lifestyle audit, I think is the one that I have spoken about, that the progress report will be submitted on a half-yearly basis and quarterly to the portfolio committee. And Honorable Chairperson, I think I have tried to summarize the report, but if there are details that I might have left out, we will be able to provide further details. Thank you very much, MEC, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Thank you, Honorable Chair and the members. This is our report. Thank you.
MEC, for the report, but I must indicate that, like I've indicated, that this is not a progress per se, MEC. It's just a presentation. So we were going to appreciate it if you have indicated even those resolutions that you say are resolved. We have a detail how you resolved it, because we must know how the issue was resolved, not just numbers. That's the first thing. The second thing is the maybe getting into the discussion of the presentation. some of the resolutions that are not presented here, they are not resolved here, we have presented them again in the House. So it means that you must work very hard to ensure that they are resolved, because they are still there, they have been adopted by the House. For example, this one, number 6 on 2021-22, on the failure to withhold the taxes from the leave gratuities, still there as a resolution. So it means, like I've indicated earlier, that if we don't deal with these resolutions, they remain on our records for a very long time, and they are negatively affecting us. And having a question on this one as well, to say, because this amount which is incurred of, is it 16 million, or I don't know how many millions, for not withholding the taxes, how are you going to recover it? Because people are gone, they're on pension now. They just went with their full, I think, plus, with their benefits plus bonus from the department. And it is classified as irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And as Scopa on that matter, we want the recovery of that money. So question is that, how are you going to recover this money? And if you can't recover it, what steps are you going to take to make sure that you are clearing such amounts from your books in terms of the regulations? The other issue is the issue of the scholar transport, where service providers submitted falsified documents. One, this is a criminal offense. Have you reported this to the police? Have you blacklisted this person? And then if this person was paid, and then how do you recover those monies that you have paid that particular? These are some of the issues. And one critical issue, and I've seen that you said you have employed in one resolution that you have employed an internal, an official in the internal control section. How effective is that section? Because if our internal control is not strengthened, all these things, what do you call illicit financial flow? Because some of these things are illicit financial flows, because they get out, there are a lot of leaks within the department where money just go out without even being noticed, and in most cases because of negligence, but more often because of the conniving or issues related to fraud and corruption. So if you can strengthen our internal audit, our internal control, these matters will still recur even in the next financial year. So I just wanted to check on how strengthened is our internal control section. Is this appointment relevant, or does it add value? So that we see in future that we no longer have issues like a leaking of other sections where money is just leaking out of the system. The other issues is there are several reports that you indicate that the money could not be recovered because the official is no longer in the employment of the department. So does that mean so that it means you'll never get that money because Mutola is no longer in the department? So we want to understand, what are you going to do? Because people will realize that they have done something wrong in terms of irregular expenditure or even fruitless expenditure, and when you are starting the investigation, they go out. Thanks, there is an amendment bill on Public Service Act that wants to address that. But up until that is adopted formally, then what do we do as the department? The issue of Mudau, to be honest, I don't understand why there can be a mistake of C and E or whatever initials, because I know the ticket in the Department of Education is personal. It's not even your initials. When they want to understand who am I, they don't go for Mukwele ME, because there will be thousands of Mukwele MEs. But the parcel is the key. So I think on this one, even though I think you are saying the person is no longer in the employment, but there was supposed to be thorough investigation. Agree if there are investigation, even if a person is no longer in the department, but it serves as a case law to other officials that somebody did this, and then we also found it was not just a mistake. And if you continue to think that we'll think is a mistake, remember, it's not. We are going to get it. And this is linked to, Mudau might have not taken you to court for this, but if he could have done that, I'm sure that you are not going to win this case. Because if you give me an appointment letter to say I'm appointed on a permanent basis, and if I take you to court and be able to prove to the judge that indeed I was appointed or I was hired, it will be very difficult to withdraw. And we know that, I know of many cases that maybe they're still coming where you appointed somebody and withdrew the appointment. Let me see. It's not this one only. There are so many cases in the department. So that is why I'm saying, even if yes, Mr. Mlope, yes, there are the cases where you appoint somebody, withdraw, you appoint a principal, you say, no, we withdraw and appoint the other one, and takes you to court, and then you take 2 years. So these are common. So we are just saying, you are lucky maybe Mutau did not take this case further. And I believe that this is not a mistake. So it means that strengthen your internal control so that we avoid these litigations. Well, some of them may not be justified. So let's just make sure that we don't even. We ensure that they don't happen. I don't want to take everything, but maybe let me give other members chance to make inputs and even ask questions. But maybe the last one, on the 2020-2021 on investigation, there is a response that is saying the executing authority will report to Scopa in the next sitting. Maybe if you can open that. So I really don't understand the progress of this resolution. Maybe if we are clarified on it. Under investigations, 11, which is saying the committee recommends that the executing authority must table a report on the implementation of findings and recommendation in the House once the investigation is completed. So you are saying, yes, we'll provide in the next sitting. But while we're still waiting for the next sitting, is there progress on this one? Maybe that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you. Other questions? And as we welcome Honorable Machomani has joined us. Remember, we apologized earlier. You're welcome. Honorable Machete, Honorable Mantata Mahasela, Honorable Nampumbuluni.
Thanks, Chair. Machete Pesi, member of the committee. I will just make some addition in some of the issues as raised by the Chair. But first, I just want to speak on the issue of conditional grants, that it has not been spent as allocated, and generally not all as allocated. Therefore, the question that arises is what could have been the reasons that led to not spending the conditional grants? Because by implication, it speaks to service delivery negativities. Two would be on the 2021-2022, 9 resolutions, and of the 9 resolutions, 2 were resolved. And there's no clear indication as to what becomes a plan in terms of resolving the remaining. And I therefore submit that we be privileged with the plan in terms of how to deal with the outstanding resolutions. 3, on the issue of the planned targets. I think there are reasons as provided that led to unachievability on the targets. But I'm worried on the aspect of teacher absenteeism. Unless if you will then provide a percentage, because it's too generic, it's as if teachers are not reporting at school. You then ask yourself, if there is this teacher absenteeism, why we have moved from where we were to where we are now? So perhaps if we are to be provided with a percentage in terms of that absenteeism, it will make our work easier. But if you may not have it now, it is not something that you may provide it. It is something that it can be provided in the future. But I'm saying to categorize as teacher absenteeism, it's something that should then be dealt with so that it does not really paint the whole teachers as if they are not reporting and executing their work. On the issue of cases that were lost, there was a reference to the risk unit. It was not clear as to the effect of the risk unit on case lost, whether it is to be taken there for purposes of review or for which purpose. And I think you should be able to provide so that it becomes clear that movement from that phase 1 to phase 2 as risk unit. The last one would be to give others space, would be on the issue of the resolutions on 2019-2020, that 10 were resolved and 2 were not. Just to have a sense as to, because it is our expectation as Scopa that all resolutions as provided for should be able to be resolved so that we are able to move to new chapters and be able to grapple with matters current without just focusing much on the past or on legacy programs. So I just want to check as to what would have been the cause for the 2 not to be achieved, because it is our interest that all resolution must be achieved. There was a reference, as I conclude, on the issue of the action plan relating to matters of underachievement. The indication was that there was no action taken against the official on the basis that the matter did not really affect them. So the question would be, who was then responsible for that? And I think that clarity needs to be provided. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think many questions have been done by the Honorable Chair, but there are other things that we need to ask the department. Mine is about the lifestyle audit. In the lifestyle audit, the department has considered the quotation received from the SIU, noting the number of officials that were to undergo this process. The department with the SIU, and it was agreed that the plan will be implemented in phases. So the revived plan is still awaited from the SIU. So nothing has been resolved in that matter. So I just want to know why. The other one is about these financial years from 2014 to 2015 to 2016 to 2017 financial years. The department was having unresolved matter like investigation, wherein they were expected to investigate all anomalies and thereafter table progress report in the House. Since they have reported 100% resolved for the said financial years, does it mean this resolution or these resolutions were dealt with 100%? If that is the case, please provide the evidence that indeed the case were resolved 100%. Underspending of the conditional grants. Yeah, I had a question, but at least the department explained. And I'm also worried about this underspending on the NSNP. So we need to check, and when we appoint the service providers, we need to check as to whether they will be able to do their job. Because I understand that you just what can I say? Lino yirabatu, or what, and then at the end of the day, they don't do their work, and which causes us, or which causes you as the department to undergo or to have underspending. And the last one, it's about irregular expenditure. Please, as the department, just try to avoid that, so that you mustn't have irregular expenditure every time. So I think other matters have been asked by the honorable members. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempombrone TC. Some of the questions were covered by the Chairperson and some by Honorable P.C. Machete. Then I'm left with the following. In the year 2019-2020, in page 5, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that the committee has yet and considered evidence that the accounting officer did not take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 1.9 million. Therefore, according to the progress to date, an amount of 800 has been recommended for write-off by the investigators, as the responsible officials are no longer with the employee of the department. The issue the chairperson indicated. But my main problem is now, you said a determination amounting to 907 million relating to overdue account on Haymath account was performed and no official was held responsible for recovery, as the responsible official was the Section 100 administrator. That's my problem. Therefore, being a Section 100 administrator, you are not liable to any other wrongdoing in the department. That is a 1 billion worth question. That according to me, even if you are a section, I don't know whether Section 100 officials are exempted to anything, theft and anything, I don't know. Really, I don't know. I have to be appraised on that, because according to me, I don't think that if you are Section 100, you are free to do anything as you wish. And then the other one also already indicated is on the appointment and also termination of Mudau. I think that one is already indicated, but I just want to emphasize is that is the highest degree of negligence. The highest one, the highest degree of negligence. And I think are responsible must also account for their negligence. It's uncalled for. I don't think even a crash educator can give passing marks to a certain child rather than the other one, because when we hire the people under the impression that they are expert on that field. And the other one is on the 2020-2021 irregular expenditure. Although the chairperson has already indicated that you say the executive authority will provide an update to Scopa in the next meeting, I don't know whether this is the next meeting or the next meeting still to come. On that, because that 5.1 billion on the irregular expenditure is a worrisome. And also the other one on the 2021-22 Scopa resolutions on the underspending of conditional grants. You see, at that time, maybe the late payments which you said pay after the date and so on, and we are still saying it's not permissible. At times, you will see the HOD or the head of departments writing circulars that before this date, all receipts or all invoices must reach the Department of Finance so that they are being paid. Or you do that even if you are just still in the mid-year. And with the termination of this, the termination of contract because of not performing, this is just still a problem in the procurement that at some point service providers who do not have the references, who could not do the job, they are resulting in not performing at the services provided. And this is just influenced by corrupt activities on the procurement system, and I think the department will improve on that. On the achievement of plan targets, Honorable Machete has already indicated. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think firstly I want to congratulate the department for filling up some of the vacant posts that they are having. The issue of filling up vacant positions is very key and critical, and it's close to our hearts, because we believe that once the department can fill up some of these key managerial posts, they'll be able to even avoid many issues in the departments. On Scopa resolutions 2019-2020, I don't know if you can go up there, because I heard the HOD mentioning that they have 10 resolved, whereas on our documents we are having around, it's 8 resolutions that are resolved. So it's causing a bit of a confusion there. On our documents here, Chair, it's 8 resolved resolutions that we're having, but there it's 10. So I don't know if it's a typing error or it's something that can be corrected. But Chair, just wanted to re-emphasize, because you've already touched this issue, that in most cases the department, on the issues relating to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the monies that they could not recover from the responsible officials, the reason being most of the officials have left the department. It's very concerning. And I want to also ask what is to be done on those people that fly from the department because of they know that they have done things there, and then they leave the department. Well, they know gore ba na le dikoloto. So I want to know how is the department going to make sure that they recover that money. But then on page 20, on the process that the department has embarked on to ensure that all pits toilets are being eradicated in that administration of 6th administration. I wanted to just know, out of curiosity, how far is this process and what is the current status of the eradication of pit toilets currently in the province? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Spopela, honorable members. I think on the issue of number of resolution, we said we will want a progress every time. I even gave an example to say the document that they provided us yesterday, if between yesterday and tomorrow and today there is progress, they must indicate it. But I think it's very critical in your presentation, if there is something that you have that maybe you have updated your report, or there is progress on a particular issue, and the document that you have sent us, it does not have it, you must say on this one we have a progress. What we are having is saying we are here, but since yesterday, this morning we got a report that we are no longer at 3, we are at 4. I think it's very critical, so that there should not be a confusion, but there will be updates every time, because that is what we want. We want progress If today they presented this, or this morning they presented this, in the afternoon it might be a different story, because we take this as a moving object. The last aspect that you spoke about, I did not want to speak about it, the issue of toilets or ablution facilities. I heard it, but I said, please, God help me. Today, I don't want to talk about that. It's very critical, Honorable Scopa, because, yeah, MEC is not here. We are not sure now who do we address now. But the issue of sanitation in schools. There is this example that if they say people were given, there is this progress, and it's 99%, you know, that 1% which did not receive anything, to him or her, 99% does not mean anything. What I'm trying to say, even if there can be one school left and you have done the rest in the province, for that school, you have not done anything. So we are saying, please just make sure that you expedite that particular service. I'm not sure whether we should continue or wait for the MEC, because maybe let's just. No, it's fine. We will wait for him. Ready? colleagues for coming back. We adjourned MEC because you were not there. And we wanted to speak to you. I was still saying the Honorable Scopa raised an issue of sanitation in the province. And I was indicating that I was praying very hard today that, please God, don't help me not to raise that issue. So, let me say, I was provoked on that one. I was provoked and I felt I must emphasize the issue. I was even giving an example to say, if you have achieved 99%, the 1%, the one school that you have not satisfied them, to them you have not done anything. So let's ensure that we complete, because the issue of sanitation is a right and is a dignity to our learners. I want to, there were about 3 issues that I thought they will be raised by the honorable members. They did not raise them. The issue of Section 100, maybe let me talk about the NSNP. As long as there is no internal control in that section, we'll always have underspending of this grant. Because I must assure you, the first 2 days of each quarter, you can calculate them, and calculate them by 3,772 schools. There's no feeding. There is no if we open on the January on Wednesday, we'll only start to feed learners, or they will only start to feed learners on Monday. And that is a reality. Every quarter, where I was, every quarter, and even other schools, every quarter we know that we will roraka 50 kg, roraka the cabbage, or school for 2 to 3 days, every quarter when we reopen. That is a reality. And when they come up with claims, obviously we're going to take out those 2 days. This is what causes underspending of that. And if it is 11 schools in Dimamu, how many are they in Mogodum? How many are they in Makurutamara and all those things? So unless we close that gap, then we have a problem. And the other thing is the contracts who do not have capacity. Okumalamuto Arno, I don't have a transport to transport food to learners. 2 days, there's no feeding. Because I have given 10 schools, and today I was delivering to 5, and then tomorrow I'll cover. What about the 5 that were not delivered today? So these are some of the things that will cause these things, and are easy. I think these are the easy things that you can just close. Of course, other things may be difficult, and Dinyaka plan and processes to ensure that they are prevented. But this one is a problem. And then on the Section 101B, when the department was under administration, there were officials from DBE who came to the province, who took charge of the province administratively. And I think MEC, at least you were supposed to give us progress on this one, because during the hearing, we said, go and engage the Premier and Treasury on how they can assist you on this one. Because you said some of the documents cannot be found. And now in your resolution, you are no longer talking about the documents, February, you are telling us about another story. I think let's be consistent. If we have got a resolution, let's follow it up until the fin. We said to the MEC that start to engage the Treasury so that you clear up all these things, because we can't wait for Matthew's Mr. Malope, who's that guy, Matthews, ne? Matthews and Bo Semonye and many of those, some of them are no longer even in the department. And we don't know where those documents are now. They can't be traced. And this is something that can be taken to Treasury and Premier to say, here is the situation. So how do we, because this report will always be there. Since 2011, this is 2025, those documents will never be found. They are not there. And you can't hold Semonye accountable. It's not an employee of Limpopo province. So please, let's make sure that we clear this issue. The last issue, the 3 buses procured but claimed for 4 buses. This is corruption. And we don't hear you saying, we have done 1, 2, 3, we have opened a case. We submitted in the House as a resolution, and it was adopted, that all litigations, Honorable MEC, all cases must be centralized, must be submitted to the Treasury and the Office of the Premier, so that they assist us in follow-up of all those cases, so that those who can be resolved, they be resolved. I'm just reminding you, but you'll get it. And we also made a submission on your behalf that please, Treasury, please clear the issues just section 100 for the Department of Education, because we believe that if some of these things cleared, you'll be able to improve your audit outcomes. So these are some of the things that I want. But on the issue of 3 buses and paying 4, that one, you must tell us how many people were arrested there. Yeah, those are the comments and the questions that we have for you, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings once more to the honorable members. Let me start by welcoming the issues that have been raised by the honorable members. They are spreading across the different branches, and I think we are acknowledging that one of the weakness on our report, it keeps on saying the people have left the department. We have taken it up. We'll try and see furthermore how do we then close the gap and recover. There's been discussions that have been ongoing between us and Treasury around the Section 100 issues, and we want to take this time and appreciate the resolution by the committee that you have given, that Premier and Treasury should be able to assist us, because when we had a discussion with Treasury, they were indicating that they feel that some of the documents might have been used through systems which can still be recovered. There is a certain percentage that they agreed to write off, but there was another percentage that they did not. So the resolution chairperson and the honorable members will assist us, because it was back and forth with Treasury. But I can assure members that with the progress that we are doing, I'm going to allow the acting HOD and the team to deal with specific issues that belongs to their branches. And we are committing that where we don't have information as of now, we will not dream, we will not want to put plans sitting here. We'll go back and submit proper info. And which, if the management does not have, we'll then go and sit at a management level, resolve, and then be able to bring to the honorable committee. So over to you. Through your permission, Chair, we'll start with the acting HOD.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department Education. Chairperson, if you don't mind, I will ask the colleagues to respond to the items that are pertaining to their responsibilities, and then I'll close up any other matter that has been left, starting with the CFO, if you can.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Yvonne Matavata, the CFO, Department of Education. I will start with the issue that was indicated by the chairperson on the withholding of taxes from gratuities. Just to indicate that with this one, it was actually a material irregularity identified by AG, and also to indicate that from the department side, they were charged the interest on this, and also to some of the officials, they were charged the interest. And that's where it was very difficult to actually get documentation or information from SARS, because even Treasury, as we have indicated in the previous Scopa meeting, that we tried our level best, as one official has taken us to the petition committee, where it was indicated that it was double dipping, because they've charged the department and also they have charged some of the officials. But to indicate that the matter was presented to the Finance Misconduct Board, giving the processes that have been followed by the department, and it was also given to AG. And according to AG, based on what we have indicated, they are satisfied that the processes or internal controls that are in place regarding this. But we have heard what the committee is saying regarding why this was not recovered. But as I've indicated, the officials were also taxed on the matter. So it's something that as a department, because AG has closed this, we will also discuss it with Treasury, maybe to check what best can be done, taking into consideration the comments or the request from the committee. Then regarding I think from the Honorable Machete, the reasons for not spending the 100% on grants, we have noted that. But just to indicate that, as indicated, the last month of the year, the run, it's not like the second run, it's not like the other months of the year. So you'll find that we close before the 31st of March, and we will always have accruals. And with the submission of invoices, we have noted, and currently the department is trying by all means that we make sure that at the end of the last month of the year, service providers are informed that they should actually submit their invoices timeously to avoid the overrun to the following month or the following year, but also to indicate that late submission of invoices according to the SLA with the NSNP, there should be interest charged, much as if the department also don't pay timeously, there should be interest. It's something that we are looking into so that we no longer have this underspending on conditional grant. I just want to check if okay, on Honorable Swopel, I think is the same as that other one. On the fruitless and wasteful, we have had what the committee indicated, and it will be discussed as we have to take into consideration what the chairperson and the members are saying. Then regarding the 3 buses and paying for 4, we'll also look into this, because you might find some of those service providers are still within the department, are still doing business with the department. If we found that, even if the officials are not there, it's something that we will discuss as management and see whether this can be recovered from the service providers, because those are the ones. But we have also considered what the chairperson indicating on opening of cases, but on other matters where there were issues regarding the fraud indication when the tenders were awarded, just to indicate that cases have been opened, and I think on the presentation, we have also indicated that there was a follow-up by the risk unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, HOD, and colleagues. The responses I would prefer relates to 2 items, or 3 items. The first is the issue of the indicator on teacher absenteeism as raised by, I think, Honorable Macheta. In terms of that indicator at that time, I must state up front, Chair, that the indicator has since been removed, like based on the debate and argument raised as you are raising, Honorable Macheta. It has now since been removed in terms of, the intention was to, at that time, the intention was to have a tool wherein you will then have time on task being monitored, meaning that the amount that teachers spend in contact with the learners and so on, so that we account for that time. And then DBE introduced this indicator, which was very difficult, 1, to target. Secondly, because even to predict. And then you'll find that the absenteeism is something that was beyond the control of the educator, for instance. And then what do you do with that information if the educator was sick, or if the educator was on family responsibility, which was majority of the cases that we had. And then it was then resolved that it is a school management function, which you may not be able to track in that way. So that was the issue. The second issue that was raised relates to the litigations in terms of cases lost. or what is the intention or purpose of taking them to risk management. The intention is for the department to test negligence. I'll give you an example that in terms of the cases that we're having in this the financial year under review, which is 24-25, we have identified around, I think, 12 cases which are being tested by risk in terms of checking if ever there's been negligence. I'll give an example. One case relates to a car accident wherein an employee was driving a state vehicle and was involved in an accident, and the third party claimed against the department. And the matter was settled. The damage to the vehicle of the third party was repaired. Now, in terms of the transport policy, we then have got to test whether the employee, in terms of the accident report, was negligent, now that the quantum amount has been determined in terms of what we pay to the third party. And if it is found that, yes, in terms of the accident report, the employee was not guilty, then it means there was no negligence. And then there could not be any claim or recovery against that employee. But if it is found, you then have got to then follow that employee to claim back this money from that employee. So that is the test that risk would do. But there are difficult cases, I must state, for instance, where you have a teacher that has beaten up a learner and there is injury to a learner. The first thing that we do is that it is a misconduct like the HOD has said. Then the teacher will be taken through the disciplinary process, and because it's a Section 17 offense, once found guilty, it's automatic dismissal. But however, there is another leg, because you then find that there is now litigation in relation to the injury of the learner. And that matter must serve before court. And by the way, when you dismiss somebody, that person goes to the GPF, they claim their funds, they are gone. 2 years, 3 years down the line, the case is concluded, and the department has to pay based on the principle of being liable because the employee was the employee of the state. So that is the challenge that we have. So the test that we have got to make is whether we can still follow up that person to actually claim that money, because that person would have been cited as well in terms of being a respondent to the case. So all this, it's some of the things that we are improving our systems to ensure that we follow up money for the state and ensure that we get the monies recovered. So that is actually the reason why these matters have to be treated that way. The last one which we need to concede is the one that relates to erroneous appointments in terms of individuals. It is something, I think it is a case of 2017-18, and I mean some of the learnings that we got out of such situations. And remember, like we are saying, the employee who was delegated to do the appointments has already left the employer of the state. But one thing is that what the system that internal control has now introduced in terms of, like I'm saying, that already with litigations, we are tracing the case of the cases from the year under review. So if we were to do, or we were doing what we are doing currently, we would be able to then hold somebody liable who is still within at that time and then have the money recovered, because every year we'll then follow up these matters as and when the audit is concluded, or as and when we pick up that particular loss. When it happens, there is a process prescribed by law that is followed. Either you can self-review as the employer to correctly nullify that wrongful appointment that has been made, or if there is somebody who was supposed to be appointed unlike the person who has been appointed, you then have that case challenge and that person is joined, and if the appointment is set aside, then it has been lawfully set aside and there can't be any follow-up claim to the state in terms of such a case. So Section 5 of the Public Service Act, Section 57A of the Public Service Act allows a situation where the incumbent authority can correct the omission that has happened, but the important thing is you must do it following the processes prescribed in law. So that's the issue, but yeah, we really admit, and with that we learned from the Mdau case that kind of negligence, we should quickly hold people accountable. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for physical resources at the Department of Education. There's one question which relates to infrastructure, which I will respond to. There was a question in terms of eradication of pit latrines in the province, an update. In terms of the update, and there's a way in which we report on this. When we did our assessment, we found 564 schools in the province which were completely relying on pit latrines. What this means is that in these schools you had no any other form of sanitation but pit latrines. We have attended to these 564 schools. In fact, 559 have been attended to. We have been able to provide these particular schools with appropriate sanitation facilities. We have got 5 where construction is currently taking place, and we no longer have any school in design and planning. So the ones that we must complete are the 5 that we have contractors in place busy with construction. I think I must also indicate that of the 5, there's one school where this challenge has been resolved by way of providing the school with flushing mobile toilets. So there are 4 schools that needs to be attended to urgently, but the 5th one, we have provided it with mobile flushing toilets because the construction taking place at this particular school will take a bit of time because it's a big project for constructing a special school. I must indicate also that we've got a few schools where we have provided mobile flushing toilets because of the conditions at that school, and we are also continuing with that program. There's a few schools that are also busy with procurement processes to make sure that we also provide these ones with this mobile flushing toilets. And then from here, we are then moving to the other category where we'll be providing additional appropriate sanitation facilities to ensure that we comply with the norms and standards. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I'm Dion Letsedi. Let me speak to the issue of the National School Nutrition Program, as raised, Honorable Chair. And also the Honorable Member raised it with regard to the underspending. Start to indicate that as and when indeed there are no deliveries, in terms of the delegations of the department, is that the school must make sure that we only pay them for the quantum which shall have been delivered, meaning that that service provider shall have not delivered the quantum for the whole period of whatever period, if ever the schools are reopening on the 18th of January, from the 18th up to the last day of January, the number of feeding days, obviously the invoice will have that. So the department will not incur some unauthorized, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in that regard. But then also to indicate that with regard to the checks and balances or systems controls which have been put in place currently, is that come the last month of the financial year, because those invoices under normal circumstances will be paid in the ensuing month, which will be overlapping into a new financial year. We are doing what we call part payment for the number of days in that particular month, wherein a cut-off date shall have been communicated to all the service providers that you deliver up to this period and then you submit the invoices. We pay for that period. The remainder number of feeding days will then be carried over into a new financial year to avoid having a huge global amount having been carried over as an accrual, which would be paid in the first month of the financial year, and as and when you are honoring the other months, it might even bring a red flag that you are overspending because you shall have honored the invoices for the previous financial year, while awaiting for the rollovers to be approved. And then another issue to also manage the issue of non-compliance by the service providers. What we are doing, we have developed the standard operating procedures, and we have also given the school principals or the school management the menu which has to be delivered so that they can also be able to assist us in terms of the SAPS compliance to also avoid the recent emerged risk last year with regard to issues of health hazard risk, of food poisoning, amongst other things. So these are some of the checks and balances that we have put in place to make sure that we holistically manage the whole program of NSNP. Because another issue that we are putting at the center is that the program is intended to make sure that there is quality learning on the side of the learners. So those number of days you have given an example with to say you find that 3 days learners were not fed, but then the school had to intervene. Should the schools not intervene, therefore it means those learners who are from very impoverished background, they would not be able to have the can be able to concentrate because of the situation they shall have been exposed to. So we have tried to put the checks and balance to holistically manage the whole program, wherein there are issues of non-compliance on the side of the service providers. Because the service level agreement is very clear what are the processes to be followed, we can be able to terminate because they shall have not complied to the service level agreement signed between ourselves as a department and the service providers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will take the other items that were not attended to. We have noted, Chairperson, that we should provide details of all the items or the resolutions that we are saying that the Treasury team is saying they are resolved. We will indicate what it is that we have done and why the team there says that they do send us their own assessment, and that is what we will do to update the report will provide. And then there was a question whether we are of the view that the internal control unit is effective or not. We can safely say we have made good appointments. However, noting the size of the Department of Education, even before anybody tells you, if you just look at the number of people that we have got in internal control unit, you will already know that we have a problem. And the same will apply to risk unit. And I think the challenge we have always had was to balance prioritizing filling of educator post and filling administration post. And I think Treasury has also noted it because most of the times when they engage with us, they do pick up that the problem is because we don't have sufficient people in administration. And over the years, when we had challenges with our COE, we had to freeze the filling of posts in administration. And these units have always had a challenge. We have started to appoint people, but we do acknowledge that we need to appoint more. But Chairperson and honorable members, I can indicate that despite the serious challenges that they are facing, the reason why our audit from last year moved very smoothly. We just had one technical issue that unfortunately led to a qualification. It is because the officials that we have appointed, one of them is even from the Auditor General. So, and we also have an official who used to be in infrastructure, is now in internal control, who is a chartered accountant. So we do have experienced people who know how to engage with the AG, and that is why our findings have been declining over the years, and even last year, except for that one matter, we could have received an unqualified audit opinion. So yes, we believe that they are within the constraints. We believe that they are effective. However, for them to do as much as they are supposed to, we need to beef up that team and appoint more people into that unit. And then the next matter, which I think Ntate Molope touched on it slightly, about the officials who are no longer in the employ of the department. I think this is something that we will also get from our legal people to say, is that possible? But what we were reporting here is that the investigators who were doing the report for us, because these are the ones who did the investigations, they said we are not able to recover the money because we can't trace the people, they are no longer there, but we will explore this thing further to see if there is anything much that can be done. There was a question, I think there were two, that related to the reasons for underspending of the conditional grant. You will see, honorable members, on the report, there are two conditional grants where we were saying that the first one, which is NSNP, and there was another one, I'll just get the name now, where we said the reason was that accruals, we had accruals at the end of the year, and which we had to pay the following year. So that, not that the service was not provided, but just that there was a delay in submitting of invoice. I think it's also what Ntate Dion mentioned now about that. So it's for the two. The other one on infrastructure is what we said, the reason is the underperformance. Mostly it's the underperformance of contractors, and even what Mr. Malaji was responding to about the speed with which we are able to resolve the pit latrines. You will see most of the time, it's not that people are not appointed, it's because they were appointed and they didn't perform and we have to terminate them, and that time of terminating, the process to terminate and appoint new people is a prescribed time, and it takes a bit of time, and that has been our problem. And I'm sure if at some stage the committee engages with the implementing agents, IDT, whether they do work for us or for the other people, they will probably say the same thing. They have a problem with the termination of the officials, of the service providers. So that was on the infrastructure grant. And the other question was, on 2019, it said that we had a number of resolutions that were not addressed. As I indicated, over the years, any resolution that had to deal with us developing an action plan, we will develop an action plan, but if it does not lead to a favorable opinion, then the team at Treasury says, we can't resolve this, because even though the action plan is there, but because you still have this finding, this we cannot resolve. And this relates to the resolution on the stagnant audit opinion and the resolution on underachievement of targets. So the resolutions that deal with performance information, you will see for now, they will still remain as unresolved, and it also relates to irregular expenditure. But the action plan would have been developed. It's just that we were told they will wait until we get a favorable opinion. Then once we get a favorable opinion, then it means our action plan has worked, and those will then be recommended to the committee to say these ones can be taken as attended to. Okay, then the other one question was, it appears like there was no action taken for achieved targets. What I indicate is just that I didn't go into the details, but you will see that where we are indicating all those PPMs, the first one was the PPM that deals with the learner absenteeism rate. The other one was the teacher absenteeism rate. What we said was that when we went to and investigated why that target was underachieved, we discovered that, or maybe let me go back a little bit. There was a time when we were advised that on absenteeism you cannot target for 1%, because why do you plan for people not to be there? And we said you must target for 0. Now we were not necessarily agreeing, because we know there will be teachers or learners who are not present, but we were told no, you cannot target for people to be absent. And as fate would have it, you will have educators who are not well, and there will always be a margin of educators who are and learners who are not at school. And that has then led to this, that rate not being achieved. But I think, honorable members, we can indicate that, especially on the learner attendance, that the services that government is providing to our learners has led to a huge improvement in learner attendance, whether scholar transport or NSNP. And I think most of our rural areas now, we have got a very good attendance because of that. So that was really the reason why those were underachieved. So, and we did not think that it was necessary to take action against anyone. And so, as I said, it was mostly on the targets that were estimates, where we had estimated, not necessarily that there was no performance. And on the lifestyle audit, it's still unresolved because we have not finalized it. As I said, we have started a process with the SIU, and we will, in the next meeting, provide progress as to how far we have gone. I think that is why it's still open, because it's not yet finalized. Then there was a comment on the administrator and the Section 100 issues. We did indicate in the report, I think maybe it was just very brief, but we did indicate that that report has been submitted to Treasury, and I just passed on it to say we are still waiting for the team to advise us as to how to deal with the matter, because as far as ourselves as a department, we have gone as far as we can go, and Treasury and OTP are the ones who would want to, who are best placed to advise on this one. I believe in the next report, when we now come to present on the matters that the team at OTP is still looking at, or at Treasury is still looking at, this will be one of the matters that will be covered to say this is how we are advised, whether it can be seen as resolved or whether we can take further action on the matter. And yeah, I think there was a question also about payments that are made after the due date. I think it was explained that it was not that payment was made after the due date, it was just that invoices were submitted, as CFO has indicated, normally in the last month of the year. The pay date or the pay run is brought a bit earlier, and when invoices come after that, they will only be paid in the next financial year. And then there was, on the issue of missing documents, I think it's part of the Section 100 report that I've responded to. And then there was a question to say why were cases not opened against the service providers who claimed for 4 and only when they use 3. I think as a service, CFO has indicated, some of them might still be with us. We will go and check if indeed we never claim the money back from them. We will, if those who are still here, we will claim the money, and then we can look at the advice that we are given that these service providers should either be blacklisted or a case opened with the police. Yeah, I think I have covered all the questions. Maybe just the last one, which didn't come clearly in the questions, but I think it's something that we should have reported to. We are making progress, honorable members, in terms of dealing with our unwanted expenditures. And in particular, if you were to go back and check on how high our irregular expenditure had been over the years and where we are now, at one stage we were almost just over 3 billion. And those matters, as I said, we have received a good support from Treasury. We have worked on that, and now we are currently sitting at just over 600 million that we still have to consider. And the reasons why these amounts are so high is because if an irregular appointment of a service provider is picked up in the previous year, and that contract is for 2 or 3 years, then all other payments that are made on that particular contract in subsequent years will then come and be classified as irregular. So, and it then gives an impression as if every year there is that irregularity, but it's just that because the contract itself is a multi-year contract and it was declared as irregular, it then increases the amount to look like it's very high. But as I said, we are working together with the Treasury. The other 600 million or odd, the team is looking at, and in the next report we will indicate progress thereon. Oh yes. Now on fruitless and wasteful, members will recall when we were talking about Yoneya, the 4 buses and the 3 buses. It was part of the exercise that the service provider that we have appointed is doing for us. And through it, maybe just to indicate why that one is a bit slowish in resolving. Fruitless and wasteful can only be resolved if you have, as part of the process, done a determination of loss. Now, determination of loss simply means you go and you check, have we suffered any loss and who's the responsible official? Then investigations must happen until it goes through the whole process where labor then comes in. So that takes a bit of time for that to be resolved. But the service provider that we have appointed, as I said, they are looking at the high value items, the ones that are significant, and those are the ones that they are concentrating on, and we also believe that we are making significant progress there. The smaller amounts that normally come up on fruitless and wasteful, but which are many, but they are very small, is the ones on interest on Eskom accounts, municipality, and Eskom accounts we have said normally it's just the timing difference, but we have now agreed with Eskom, we've given them emails to which they send their invoices, and we are able to then settle those, and same as with municipalities, we have an understanding with them. There is a forum in the province where we participate, where we deal with all these municipal accounts so that they are resolved on time. And yeah, I think for now those are the questions that I could capture. Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and the honorable members, and also to the acting HOD and the team. I think we have gone through nearly all the questions. If we have left other things, it's the reports that will be submitting. But just to say, Chair and the members, we are trying to cut down time, because the other issue has been that when we do investigation, it will not have starting time. It will have a starting day, but never an ending day. So what we are doing now is to try and allocate and say, if there is this task being done, it needs to have an end date. So, but also, I think the acting HOD should have said when he was talking about strengthening internal control is that we have also strengthened our legal team. We have got new teams that are there now, new members that are able to, so we have had a session where we sat with the corporate and the legal team and the executive management to check what are these litigation cases, what is causing them, how do we prevent the causes not to happen. That's why you saw on the report, there's a part where they say there's training that is happening, especially on the safety around schools, because that is where a lot of this litigation will come from. So we had that session, we are evaluating, and we're expecting the executive management will keep on checking that. The other issue is that we have agreed that beyond through governance, there should be a tool that is developed that tracks information. Let's say maybe a school has sent us a complaint, or the SGB, or any other issue that may take time as the school is appealing through the HOD and the MEC. But the DDs and the circuit managers to the DDG should be able to have that tool that says what is happening at a school, we are able to know it quicker. So they are working on it. And then on the infrastructure, to deal with the under expenditure and not knowing, you'll know that sometimes the under expenditure is because the receipts and the information that has been given, it's sitting at somebody's desk. So there is also a tool that they are going to be using to say when they submit on this day, and the tracking, that tool will be tracking to say, when did this receipt come into the system? Did we deal with it within the time frame? Did Malachi and the team from infrastructure attend to these things until the day they go to a run? Because it is negligent of an individual within the system that we find ourselves underspending on both the grants. But also Treasury has advised us, because you'll find that sometimes instead of using the grant that is relevant, we are using equitable share. So Treasury has advised us to say, on duplication where we have got a grant and equitable share, we should start by utilizing the grant than to utilize the equitable share, because that is the money that can always be directed to another item, unlike the grant. So, Chair, those are some of the things that we are looking at, and we are hoping that we'll be able to get a good tidings from that. And as I indicated when we started, we bring good news, like what the HOD was saying, that we have moved from billions, 3-something billion of irregular expenditure to 667, Chair. We are trying, we are pulling hard, but we are going there. So we bring good news of good governance, which then means that the schools will be properly served. And I hope Malachi did not provoke the chair by this 564, because the day the chair of the Scopa was still a principal, when there was demolishing of pit latrines in the school where you were working, you called me, and I've put Mr. Malachi as the chief director on the phone. And we said they are demolishing before a service provider can build, but no, will provide mobile. So, Chair, don't be provoked. We are working on it. We will try our best. This other good news should show you that we will arrive one day. Thank you so much to the Chair and the honorable members.
Thank you very much. You know, I will restrain myself. I'll restrain myself, MEC, because that service provider, I don't know how many new toilets did he buy, because they keep on, agree, you know, if it is used by learners, it don't take 6 months. After 6 months or 3 months, it's dilapidated. So you must go and buy another. And so I was just raising it. We are aware of the progress, but remember, if it has not touched me, it has not happened. But on the other issue, thank you for the responses. Remember, these are the the House resolution from 2014 to 2021, 2020-2021. I'm not convinced when you say we are still going to check the issue of buses, what happened. As long as this issue was raised and has been on the resolutions, and you will only want to go to go and check when it is raised by Scopa is very unfortunate. Because if you were to implement this resolution, you were supposed to say, here's the resolution, let's go and check what happened and what did the district do, or what are we supposed to do with this thing. So now you just write and say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we only ask them to say, no, we must go and check. Because this is one resolution that could have been resolved long time ago if you followed it up. So I'm not taking it when you say we'll still go and check. What are you going to check which we failed to check in the past 3 years? The other issue with the NSNP, I understand the explanation of accruals and all those things, but what I'm raising, literally to a layman's mind, is that if you are saying you are going to spend 50 Rand more now for lunch here the whole week for 5 days, and then on Monday you don't buy, on Tuesday you don't buy, you start buying on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, it means you are no longer going to spend 50 Rand, you are going to spend only 30 Rand. And that is underspending to me as a lay person. So if learners, January, when we open, they take 3 days without eating. Second quarter, 2 days. Third quarter, 2 days. Last quarter, 2 days. If you add all those, it's 9 days for one school. And that money you have budgeted for, to me, as a lay person, is underspending. It might be insignificant, maybe to you, but it is damaging there because learners are not eating. And you must understand, learners, when they don't eat, break, they don't even wait for the principal to say anything. They just go straight home. It's a reality. They don't wait to hear or hey, no, let's wait. There was no fire, there's nothing. They go home. If that happens for 3 days, the second day, the learner does not even pitch up at all, does not even wait for break. So I'm calling, it might be insignificant like I'm saying, but is something that is negative. To say, let's look at it. Or these service providers must be competent enough. And then on the school safety and litigations, I think you have covered it, the issue of negligence. But on this one, it's very unfortunate because the person who is going to bear the brunt at the end of the day is a poor teacher. If something happens to Elena because of the infrastructure or the safety issues, obviously when the labor will be coming, they will say to the teacher to say, was this preventable? Was it foreseeable? Because those are the two principles on the basis of negligence. And if you realize that this globe was hanging for some time, or this wall was cracked for some time, it is not the fault of the teacher. But indeed, the teacher could see that this one day is going to create a problem. It was foreseeable. Was it preventable? No, the teacher could not prevent it because it was the duty of the department infrastructure, for example, to ensure that such things are fixed. So this is a complex issue, but if we are able to zoom into it and make sure that we fix such things, we'll prevent a lot of litigations, and even the teachers will be saved from this unfair labor practices sometimes, and learners' lives will be saved. So I just wanted to raise these issues to say we hear you, but we can do more and can do better. Is there any other question or a follow-up question? Okay, in that case, we really want to appreciate your efforts, and we really want to congratulate you for filling the vacancies that are there in the department. The circuit managers posts, I had 1 or 2 circuit managers appointed. I'm not sure if you filled every, but I think you are in there. And also the advertising of the principal's posts and other promotional posts. I think on that one you are doing very, very, very well. We don't have people to act for a long time, and there is stability in schools, and that is what will always give us improvement in the performance of Limpopo, and you must continue to do that good job. The next progress meeting, I think, will be, this is July, ne? I think it will be in October, a quarterly meeting, and we will be expecting a progress. You know, a report on all resolutions that are resolved under review. For example, MEC, in January, February, when you are appearing, you had out of 10, out of 11, 9, 2 remaining. But today, between that period and now, you were able to resolve the 2. But the expectation is that, because when we last saw you, these were not resolved. Today they must be presented all what you have done, and then we are satisfied. Like the question that was asked by Honorable Mantashe Mahasala to say, what is the proof? That will be a proof that indeed this is resolved, and then it will be closed. And then we will be having a record when you say it is 100%. We have seen all of this resolution that have been. We don't say every time you must bring the 11 resolution. No, we are saying those which were resolved under review must be presented, and we satisfy ourselves with evidence. If you said you have submitted to Treasury, you must submit a letter when you wrote to Treasury to say, please condone this. And then we must also have a letter from the Treasury to say, we have condoned this. Because sometimes if you owe 650 million, you submit, you presented 650 million. Treasury may not condone everything. It may condone 300 million, for example. So we must see out of the 650, only 300 has been condoned, and this is an evidence, and then we will still be waiting for the resolve of, the full resolve of the resolution. I don't know, but I think we have dealt with what we were supposed to do. And you are very lucky, Honorable MEC, and you are lucky, but also you are going to be very unlucky if you bring reports that are not up to standard, because you have got Ms. Mutimele here. As a committee research, I think you must utilize her expertise. She has been in Scopa. In fact, all these things that we are doing because she is guiding. So if education at one stage can come with a resolution which is not we'll be surprised, because at least you can use her to say, are we doing the right thing? Is it the way we should report on this, and you will be guided. So I think take that advantage, and then you'll see that you'll do very well. I'm not sure, MEC, if you have anything to say, or maybe before MEC. Mata, do you have? You are fine. Okay, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and the honorable members. I think on behalf of the Department of Education in Limpopo, we just want to thank the committee for the guidance and also for the engagement. It helps us to also keep on reviewing, and we have understood that in the next appearance, when we say the MEC will report in the next sitting, will be clear on what are we reporting on But also, secondly, we'll report on the outstanding matters that have not been cleared and served before you. Thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Yeah, and indeed on the report to the House, MEC, I think is your responsibility to request for that slot to say, today I'm ready, I want to brief you on 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but the way sometimes it is tied, the program is tied in the House there. You can also use the member, I'm not sure, Mr. Mukari, because I agree those need to be adopted. But now if we were to update the House maybe through the member statement, I'm not sure if allowed, because that is the only time you can sneak. If it's one resolution resolved, you can make a statement on that. We had this out, and then we have now. That's progress on its own. But we will check if it is allowed. If I don't know, but I think when you'll know better, MEC. But I think we can use such opportunity just to update on this resolution. Yeah, as we close, yeah, I was reminded, and this one I was supposed to start with it. I don't know why it is. Why it is. It has slipped me. MEC, if you look on your left. On your left, in terms of equity, in terms of balancing, re nyaka scheme sa football mara le sa netball le sona se bewa. So re nyaka football e ba hona mara le netball le yona at least must be there. So we are observing these things that the top management will be dominated by males. Sometimes we advance, and as time goes on, we regress on that particular one. So that issue of ensuring that we empower women as we're going to August must always be in mind. And even on other management level, as we are going to have circuit managers, to have directors, let's consider women, because we need to build that capacity. And it's not a favor, that thing is legislated. Employment Equity Act, we need to redress. Those who are advantaged cannot remain disadvantaged, those who are disadvantaged cannot remain in that particular level. There must be a way of ensuring that, Somebody was just saying, one HOD was saying, no, I can't apply because I have to go an account to Scopa, and no. So one woman. So we must encourage them. We must encourage women to say, no, let's apply. We'll support you as the executive, and even the other DDGs must also support each other, because if the acting HOD is presenting, he's not presenting his own views. He's representing all of us, and that is why all the DGs are here. So if they ask you difficult questions, you must refer to them. So I think even the HOD is at a very easy position, because he can be able to refer to say, hey, DG, take this one, take this, take that, and he takes all the. So that poor woman, I just said no. We must keep on encouraging our women to be present. Mama Tawata, babe gona tikisana, because today tileng ke basadi pele di nwa masu, and masu ya our le cream. Yes. So thank you very much, MEC, and your entourage. Honorable members, thank you very much. Staff, Matabo, thank you very much. You are always here with us, and to ensure that we come up with quality resolutions, and we really appreciate it. Enkare ke ka tlaseng ka re e period yo chaya ka bona batho ba phutha ke ra re sa kwa. You must listen. You must listen until period ile khona. Announcements, Mr. Mkari.
Oh, thank you very much. We invite all of us for lunch. No one should leave without eating, otherwise fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The CFO of education will take care of it if they leave. Make sure that all officials eat.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having given us this opportunity to listen to you and ask you questions. We'll meet in the next quarter, and we believe that starting from now, you'll start to make those follow-ups. The progress is, don't start with it when you receive a letter from Scopa. In fact, when we receive a letter, you must just say, we're ready, you can even come tomorrow. We want to see that situation because it's an ongoing, it's an everyday issue that you must take care of. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you, honorable members, and this meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you. Colleagues, we are starting with our meeting. Can you display the agenda for the meeting? But I know that the first item will be opening. We are officially opening this meeting with, I wanted to say with a prayer, but it was also fine, ne? Yeah. So the meeting is officially opened, and you are all welcome. That is item number 2. We are convening today because the last time we met during the public hearings, we found that the resolutions were not prepared in a way that we can easily see the progress, and we said let's go and redo those resolutions so that we are able to account for each and every resolution and the stage at which it is in terms of implementation. And we want to thank you, MEC, and acknowledge you and your entourage for responding to the call and also sending us documents, and they are prepared in a way that we recommended. We really want to thank you for that. We also, after you have submitted it, I know that we requested these resolutions around May, and by that time we did not have the dates for the sitting. And then when we finally received the date, which is today's date, we also requested through our coordinator that if you have progress since you have submitted, you can also update or come as and when you come, you let us know that on this one you have since made progress, because the purpose is also to fast-track the implementation of these resolutions, and also to, even if they are not fully implemented, we see that we have progress and we are moving towards conclusion of such a resolution. But also, but this one, maybe let me reserve it. I'll speak about it when we arrive at item number 5, just before we present. So without any waste of time, you are welcome, MEC and your entourage. We also welcome the honorable members who are here, the staff of the legislature, the provincial treasury represented by Matabo here, and yeah, everybody who is here, you are acknowledged and you are welcome to the meeting. We move to item number 3, which is introductions, but maybe before we introduce ourselves, I thought maybe the roll call will come before the introductions, but it's fine. We can introduce ourselves and then it will come after that. Let me start with the committee members. I am Mukwele Esther, the chairperson of Scopa. Members? There is the
Thank you, Chairperson, and also the MEC and their entourage. My name is Nempomodoni TC, member of Scopa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Honorable, the MEC and Entourage. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I'm the member of this committee of Scopa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to all you MEC and your colleagues. My name is Asnat Majomane. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings, honorable members, MEC and your staff, as well as staff of the legislature. My name is Thabo Maboja, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Staff.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and the department. My name is Carol Solana, Communication Services.
Good afternoon, honorable members and MEC and the Entourage. My name is Martin Choshi. I'm a researcher responsible for Scopa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mutimele Muleja Elizabeth, the researcher responsible for the Portfolio Committee on Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gary Shirinda, researcher.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members and colleagues. My name is Saul More from Communication Services in the Legislature.
Afternoon, members. My name is Tikele Shadu, Assistant Committee Coordinator.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Watler, IT Limpopo Legislature.
Good afternoon, Maola Nichidzive, Communication Services.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Mamabolo from Legal Services.
Afternoon, Lerato Masetti, Coordinator for Portfolio Committee on Health.
Good afternoon, Pauline Soketsa, Committee Researcher.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to yourself, Honorable Chair, honorable members of Scopa, the staff of the Legislature and the Department of Health. My name is Diketseng Mashiro, the MEC for Health in Limpopo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MECs, Honorable Scopa members and colleagues from the Department of Health and all staff. My name is Ntodeni Ndwamato. I'm the acting HOD for Health.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Scopa, as well as my MEC and staff from the department, as well as from the legislature and treasury. My name is Justice Mudau, CFO.
Morning, Chair, members, the MEC, and all colleagues. Matume Mawasha, DDG Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and to all honorable members and colleagues. My name is Palisa Dibakwane. I'm the acting DDG of Tertiary Specialized and Healthcare Services.
Afternoon. My name is Mpeteri Matlatle, Parliamentary Officer.
Good afternoon. My name is Rabelani Nechisauru, Internal Control.
Good afternoon. My name is Glory Gomba. I'm providing support to the HOD. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Desmond Lope, MEC Support.
Good afternoon. Moshiadu Stella, Senior Clinical Manager in the Office of MEC.
Good afternoon. My name is Winteradlo, the head of office in the office of the MEC.
Good afternoon. My name is Percy Kapodi Moari in the office of the MEC MLO.
Introductions. Then we move to item number 4. No, number 5. Yes, number 4, which is roll call and apologies. Mr. Mkari.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. We have received apologies from the following people. Honorable Machete PP. We also received an apology from Honorable Smale. We also received an apology from Mr. Makabe from Provincial Treasury. We also received apology from AXA, Auditor General South Africa. And we also received an apology from Ms. Semenya from Provincial Treasury. Who else am I missing? Thank you very much.
Absence of Honorable Mapolo and Honorable Sabotoma. We have not received any apologies, but they are absent. Thank you. And Honorable Spopela is here. I'm not sure if whether, yeah, but she's around. She's still outside. Do you have any apology from any member or official?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. We've got one apology from DDG Primary Health Services, DDG Dombo, who's not with us today because of other engagements in the department. But we've got everyone that we need for the session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We are on item number 5, which is the purpose of the meeting. Like we've indicated in the last public hearings, we had a challenge when you were supposed to present your resolutions to find that they were not user-friendly, and we therefore recommended them that you go and rework them. We even provided the format, which makes it very simple, and I believe that you'll agree with me. That format makes things very, very easy to present the resolutions, and let it be the format that we will use from now on when we report on the resolutions. It's very easy. Even yourself, when you update, you don't have to struggle. You just go to that item and say progress, and then you update your resolutions. And we thank you for having corrected that. MEC, you know, I used to say, no, I can tolerate everything, but I can't tolerate when somebody fails corrections. And then in this case, no, you got corrections 100%, and we hope that going forward indeed, because as and when we are engaging, we are learning one or two things. Even ourselves, as you are presenting, we learn a lot of things. So we really thank you for that. But the other issue that I also want to raise is that indeed you are progressing in terms of resolving your resolutions. When you appeared in February, March, you were at 80%, I think. Yeah, somewhere there. And then we have observed that there is progress on that. Now we are at 88 or so. Out of this 84 resolutions, 74 were resolved. Effectively, you are left with 10. But during the briefing, we were told that you are remaining with 4, and there are 6 that are not resolved. They don't fall under resolved or non-resolved. They are working closed. We tried to check the regulations on how a resolution can be closed. And I must indicate that indeed we failed to get a proper or a convincing reason or any piece of legislation that will say, here is when we have done 1, 2, 3 that we can say the resolution is closed. And we know that it was closed somewhere, so we are not going to ask you how it was closed because you may not be able to explain. But I think you are happy that it's closed and you wish that what's closed must be closed. But as Scopa, we will not leave it like that. We have to we're not saying it must not be closed, but we must understand how it was closed. That is the only thing that we'll do, and then we'll do it with relevant people, which is Treasury, because we are understanding that the issue of condoning, the issue of clearing and everything is done at the level of the Treasury, and they'll be able to let us know how did they close the resolution. And that leaves the Department of Health with only 4 resolutions, which are not implemented. So it means as you are going to present now, you'll be concentrating on the 4 resolutions, and we hope that they have progress as well since the public hearing. So without any waste of time, MEC, 5.1 is the presentation by the Department of Health, and you are giving you that chance. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and all the members, honorable members of the committee. Once again, we would like to appreciate the opportunity that has been given to us to come and appear in this committee. And also we want to appreciate the guidance that we've got from the committee, which has actually enabled us to improve, because Honorable Chairperson is correct. She keeps on saying it that she doesn't like people who even fail corrections. So I'm happy that at least we have ensured that we learn from the guidance that we received, and we did our corrections. And we won't waste much time. Honorable Chair, I'll hand over to the acting HOD so that we can be taken through the 4 resolutions that are remaining. The report, HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair and Scopa members. I'm going to be presenting the 4 outstanding resolutions that we are still having as the Department of Health. The first resolution, is in relation to regression of audit outcomes. And then in this resolution, although in the past 23-24 financial year, we received an unqualified audit opinion, and we are still waiting for this current one, we are not able to resolve this issue because it requires that the department obtains a clean audit. Currently, what we are doing, we are busy implementing the audit action plan As we'll be receiving the new audit outcome, we will develop an audit action plan and to address all those areas that are still non-compliant so that the department can obtain a clean audit. And this is where we are. And we have also been noting the reduction in the number of findings as the years, and we believe that we are going to be resolving in the coming years. The second finding is in relation to significant uncertainties, and this is with regard to the medical legal, where in the department the resolution is that the department must speed up the process of identifying practitioners who are causing this medical legal to increase in the department. And then what we have implemented the strategies for this, and then the main challenge is that most of these cases, when they come to court, it's after many years, 5, sometimes up to 10 years, and by that time, the doctors either have left and they are no longer in the department. However, what we are actively doing now, if there's any incident that happened, we identify any breach of care, and we take the doctors and the nurses and everyone responsible through consequence management. And we have attached an example of the doctors that we have taken to task when the care was seen to be a breach, and we have implemented that. And as an annexure, we have shown the disciplinary steps that we have taken for some of the practitioners when we have identified they have been negligent. And we continue to do this. We have a team and a committee that deals with this. Then the next finding that is still unresolved is in relation to tender irregularities and in the procurement of PPEs, and that the department needed to table the report in the House. And what we have done as the department since the last meeting is that we have written to the legislature to request access to the order papers so that we can have evidence that indeed it has been tabled at the House. And we are still waiting for the response so that we can take the matter forward. And then the last resolution that is still outstanding is with regard to lifestyle audit. And in this particular one, the Office of the Premier and the Treasury have undertaken to assist the departments with conducting audit lifestyle. And once the process is completed, it's then that we will be able as a department to close this finding. In summary, that it is. Thank you, MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson.
And thanks for the presentation. Can you go to the first slide? Because, or I was misled because I was talking about 6 resolutions which are closed. And then the 2.3, there's a table that is talking about 13. Can we be assisted with that regard as well? And then the other thing, MEC, with regard to the presentation to the House, with the resolutions that we presented in the House last week, we recommended that by the 31st of August, Mr. Mkhare, we recommended that by the 31st of August, they must be presented progress, is it progress or what? Progress with the 2020, it will be 2024, 2023, 2024.
And 2023.
Yes.
2 financial years.
So I think from that, we will be able to unlock or maybe to ensure that dates are given in terms of presenting. But I also think that, and I don't know how procedurally that can be right, the issue of member statement. For example, where maybe, I don't know, but you'll check it, because I think that is opportunity where you can, especially when you have positively resolved a particular issue that is of concern to the public. But that one also should be done with cautious. We should check the legality of it, because we will be, we might not be, we don't want to violate the House proceedings. But I think if we have achieved something from the department, you can be able to just to make the executive statement to say that we have a breakthrough in terms of what has been there in the department and such things. But we need, I'm just saying, I'm not informed well on that particular issue, but I'm just thinking aloud to say maybe that can be the opportunity to sometimes update on these difficult issues that we are confronted with. Members, do you have questions? Bonem Pumbuluni and Womabocha.
Thank you. My name is still Nempumburan TC. One not a question, is just an appreciation to the department that in the year 2023-2024, MEC, this committee is very grateful for your achievement that you get qualified opinion in the audit outcome, and also qualified opinion in performance information. Unqualified, yes, opinion in 2023-2024, and a qualified opinion in performance information as written here, too. And we appreciate that. And yes, the other one is the question now is on the delaying in finalizing the cases. What the department has done in order to see that these delays of cases in the court processes and so is not repeated. In other words, what have you done to ensure that these cases are finalized? And also the other one is on the lifestyle. We have seen the other departments going to SAPS for lifestyle audit, because I have a circular from the Department of Administration and Public Service. But here on your lifestyle, as maybe you indicated that the action was guided by the circular 13 of 2024 Limpopo Lifestyle Audit Guideline. But I just want to know here, when you say the Office of the Premier would assist, because in my understanding is that when you have this circular 13 of 2024 Limpopo Lifestyle Audit Implementation Guideline, which you have made an annexure for, I think you have to use that as a framework to conduct the lifestyle audit to all the employees. So I'm not getting it well when now you saying the decision was made that the Office of the Premier was will assist instead of you as the department. Maybe a clarification on that. Then I think on the PPE, as maybe you are requesting the legislature to have any access to the order paper, maybe to appraise that, just the status, the picture of the status on that one, because I think these cases have to be finalized as it started long ago. And also, lastly, to congratulate you on the steps you have taken against those who are getting remuneration outside the public service, which are not approved. And this is just a treason and a betrayal to the people of Limpopo, that people who are not approved to do the job, they leave the people and do their own job while our people are dying in hospitals. And I'm happy that I've seen a list of those who, the culprits, and most of them were dismissed. We are grateful for that action. And we are saying to the other departments, as we indicated to the debate in the legislature, that it's now time to all the departments to follow suit, to follow your examples, that people are neglecting the voters outside there, and they pursue their own private business enterprises, thereby neglecting the poor of the poorest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings once again, MEC and your team. Chair, first thing first, I don't know whether to say or we must congratulate a fish for swimming, but we'd like to say, MEC, you see, we're smiling today, Chair, because we have recorded some improvements in the department. We are smiling today, but our prayer and hope is that the department doesn't drop the ball moving forward, because the smiles will be a thing of the past and you won't even see our teeth. But MEC, why is it so difficult for the department to get a clean audit? Because I think it's something that is not a far distant dream. It can be achievable. So why is it difficult for the department to achieve a clean audit? Because I think that's what, as this committee, we want you to reduce our job, Chair. We want to see less departments appearing before us. And for you not to appear before us is if you give us this clean audit. Number two, what's causing the delay in resolving these resolutions? We see there's progress made, but why can't you resolve all of them? Where are the hurdles? What is it that we as this committee must assist you to do in order to resolve these resolutions, these unresolved resolutions? And then, what concrete steps are you taking to ensure that you resolve this 128 million irregular expenditure? And then my other question is that on your revenue collection management, what steps are you taking to ensure that you improve in terms of, we know we're not profit-driven, but the department has to create some revenue. There are instances that we have spoken about in the past whereby the department has potential to generate a particular revenue, but seemingly there is no report that's forthcoming to show that the department is indeed pursuing this other particular people or entities to ensure that the revenue of the department is increased. And then the other thing here, we see your payment compliance rate, I think it's on 99%, Chair, according to the report. Why can't we reach 100%? We want 100%. We don't want 99% MEC. We want 100%. And then, last but not least, it's on litigation. Litigation is costing this department. This department is apart from providing healthcare services, it's a main litigant within the administration. It is the main litigant. So what steps have you are in place to ensure that you reduce your workload in terms of litigation, and how are you dealing in terms of reducing the new ones? And then lastly, is that do you have a comprehensive update on all current cases, inclusive of the total monetary value, as well as the progress report, the pending, those that are still pending, those that are still in court, and those that you have settled? And yeah, I think, yeah, and then what are the main causes of your litigation? Oh, lastly, is that I see the list of doctors who committed acts of misconduct. First thing first, I've realized that in the main, I'm making an assumption before I get to the real issue. It seems like it's these young ones that are the prime violators of your code of conduct. It's young people in the main, but then what steps are there, MEC, to ensure that this young doctor, I say the list is young doctor, is a list of doctors. One, I just want to check whether it's doctors that are the main culprits, or it's everyone. Yeah, it's everyone, but you just decided to focus on doctors on this one. And then number two, I just want to check, what is the ratio of doctors that are currently within the service but are equally, more especially specialists, but are equally within the service of private medical facilities? And then, have you not realized a significant defect within the system whereby there's an edge? I don't know whether to call it an edge or what, but it seems like it's unresistible for mainly our specialists to not practice in both private and public. So what steps are in place to ensure that our specialists don't practice in both public and private? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Maucha. Okay. I did not see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the MEC and the colleagues. My name is Honorable Scopa, since I've missed the introduction, Chair. Mine is one on the reports that were tabled in the House. I see here that the department has requested for access to the order papers on the 15th of May, 2025. And Chair, earlier on, you've mentioned something regarding these resolutions that they are work in progress. Therefore, they can be updated at any time as long as it's before or prior the sitting with us. I just wanted to check if whether the department is still waiting for access to the order papers. I don't think being provided with order papers can take long. And yeah, maybe we should be getting that they've gotten the order papers and then now they are looking at them instead of they're still waiting, or since they've submitted a letter of request for these order papers. That is my clarity, Chair.
Yeah, maybe let's allow the department to respond, and we'll also advise on what needs to be done in terms of accessing the sitting to fast track the issue of presenting or updating the House on the resolutions. Because remember, even last year, or maybe before the hearings, or during the hearings, many of the departments were indicating that we usually don't get joy in terms of accessing the House to report as the Scopa has recommended. And that issue, will look into it to ensure that the Scopa resolutions are implemented. But the other thing is that in terms of the resolutions or recommendations which were turned into resolutions presented to the House last week, there are three things that quarterly the department must brief Scopa or give us progress. They must also give progress to the portfolio committee. And then once they give portfolio committee, it means they will have access to the House, because what is discussed in the committee will always find expression in the form of the reports in the House. So even if we can not get directly to say, today we are dealing with Scopa resolutions, but when they are dealing with the resolutions from the portfolio committee, that should find expression in such committees. Because what we want to say, we just want this information just to move, whether to the Scopa or to the House or to the portfolio committee. And for example, remember last somebody was asking to say, if we are saying they must present to all the portfolio committee, Scopa, to the House, how are they going to survive? No, it's progress report. If you submit today or you present today to Scopa, and tomorrow you go to the portfolio committee, you still present. And it might not be the same report, because between today and tomorrow, there might be a shift in one of the resolutions. So when you brief the portfolio committee, it might not be the same as you presented yesterday, unless sometimes people are just creative to say, hey, cut and paste portfolio committee, the following Scopa, give them the same, without considering what there were strides made in between. So that's why we always say the internal control must always be strengthened, so that they are able to detect all these things. Especially when there is a deviation somewhere, they must be able to alert. When there is an improvement, so this can be updated every day. So especially after you are given this template. You see this template? You can use it as your tool to update. If you have got it in the computer, when, for example, this resolution 2 has been dealt with, or there is progress, you just add another paragraph. Or since we obtained what, the department will report on the effectiveness, and then the other paragraph will say, indeed, we have done 1, 2, 3, without starting all over again. Because what we want is the update and the progress. on what have been done. But that, like Honorable Supela has raised, that is an issue that will be noting. MEC, there were questions?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members. Maybe I can start with the one for summary on the table, where there were 13 outstanding resolution. Out of the 13th, 6 were the ones you were referring to when you started to say you were informed 6 were closed. Then the remaining out of those were resolved. That's why they are no longer there. We are now remaining with 4. So 5 were resolved, and then 4 are the outstanding ones. 4 are the outstanding ones. And then let me follow the way the questions have been asked. The issue of delay in finalization of the medical legal cases. So one of the main reasons is that as a department, we are not having any influence in terms of when does the case, once the litigation has been taken against us, we give instructions to state attorney to go and defend us as the case, and then we follow up with state attorney. So the court role is the one that delays these cases. That's why they end up staying for many, many years on the court roll. So they are not within us. That is the only, maybe the main reason, Mr. Mawasha, the DDG corporate will also add on that one. That is the main reason. We are not able to push. We are frustrated at times over this because we end up with having this big medical legal bill. At the moment, we are at 12 billion. But if you look at the payments that we have been made over the last 3 financial years, it has been reducing. Although they are demanding more, it doesn't mean that we are paying more. We are actually fighting so that we do not pay that 12 billion as it is being litigated. And these are the steps that we put in the process, trying to ensure that we do not pay that, we prevent the occurrence of medical legal in our institutions. And I think that is referring to one of the questions that was asked in terms of a litigation. So in each and every month and each and every quarter, we update the cases that we are having, and we also update the new cost that has entered, and we also update if there's any payment that has been made. I think as part of us giving the progress report, we will also provide that information so that the committee will be able to see what has come in and what has been settled. And then with regards to the people that we are implementing consequence management, the doctors that are in that list are a combination of both young and old. Some of the doctors who are there are quite senior doctors. So then the question is, what are the steps taken to educate the doctors? Not only the doctors, we are also having nurses that we have taken through disciplinary action. So it's mainly the health professionals who deals with patients where something might go wrong. So if we pick up whether it's a nurse or a doctor, I think the reason why we provided the list of the doctor is because the question was referring to the medical practitioners, but we also have nurses that we have taken through disciplinary actions for any occurrence that was untoward. So we have both of them, but in this regard, we are having training sessions. We've got a team that goes out each and every month to all districts to train, especially on ethics, because this is also starting from ethics. Start with ethics, looking at what is medical legal, how to prevent, how to improve on communication. So we have sessions that we are doing. I think in the past we even had a serious workshop where we brought in all the managers of the doctors and nurses into one room. I think we spent 3 or 4 days or the whole week, Mr. Mawasha, I cannot remember, but where we just focus on what are we going to do as a department to prevent occurrence of the medical legal, and secondly, legal, what are we supposed to be doing to fight the cases that have been brought against us. And then I have to say that not all cases that are brought against us is because something went wrong. Some of them are these issues where scrupulous people, knowing that people have attended, will try and sue the hospital whether something was wrong or not wrong. So that is why every day we see the numbers just increasing. Then the specialists that we have in our public service, they do apply to perform remunerative work outside the public service. We have a policy wherein, and a form wherein they must specifically say when are they going to do this private work, that it should be outside the normal working hours. And we task their supervisors to, if they are going to monitor, that indeed they will ensure that the doctors or the nurses or any other person is not doing this work within official hours. We leave that to the supervisors, the clinical manager, the nursing managers in hospitals that are there to monitor that people are not leaving their workplace in favor of private work. And I have to say, at times, people even opt to leave because they realize that they can't run away, especially when the leader is very serious and monitoring them. We have lost a number of specialists due to these reasons, that they are not able to juggle between private and public. So some of them opt to leave public service so that they can concentrate on their private work. And clean audit, what are we doing? What are we going to do in order to ensure that we attain the clean audit? So as a department, we have been working very hard to ensure that all the findings that we are getting, we implement those resolutions so that we find ourselves with a clean audit. And for the last few years, I would say we have seen a reduction in the number of findings, even with our AG reports. And I think that is telling us that we are going there. And I think we will continue to strengthen that we do that. And if we identify any areas that we may need assistance, I think we will have to raise that. But at the moment, we think we are on track with that so that we can resolve. And then the 128 million irregular expenditures is in relation to the coal and the linen contract. An investigation has been conducted, we believe, and concluded. So we are just waiting for the report as a department. We have been informed that because that has been concluded and is being implemented, we can then make an application to resolve this issue. So it's only referring to that. It's one contract that has resulted in that. The lifestyle audit. So normally what we were doing as a department, we are doing a vetting through the State Security Agency. We were using that as our lifestyle audit. However, Treasury indicated that that is inadequate. We need an independent independent company to conduct that. I think that's where most of the departments got stuck, in that it meant financial implications and we didn't have that. And that's when Treasury offered to contract an independent body that will conduct the lifestyle audit for us. That is why we are now saying, because that is going to be done to assist the departments, then that will be how we can close this. Let me see, if you allow me, I think I will give the rest to just add on areas that I have left out. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting HOD, Honorable Chair, Honorable members and colleagues. I've identified 5 questions that are finance related. The last one that I've identified is the one that talks to payment within 30 days, where we are almost 800%, but not 800%. Indeed, as it has been raised by the honorable member, we normally plan for 100%. It was just unfortunate that a certain amount of invoices were not processed within 30 days. And what we did as a department in order to make sure that we inculcate the culture of compliance, we have subjected those that didn't do their part under consequence management. And we thought that would serve as a deterrent in order for us to comply with the 100% target. Then there was another issue which talks to the revenue collection, where in terms of the current situation in the department, when you look at our debt book, almost 70% of the figure that is not yet collected relates to road accident fund. And I would like to indicate that we have been raising the bills against road accident fund. Unfortunately, they've not yet been paying us. And at this point in time, the strategy that we have now decided to put in place, we said we need to have monthly meetings with them, trying to get to understand what are the problems so that we can push them or put pressure that they honor our bills. And the other thing that we've put in place, in terms of revenue collection, we have already got electronic, system that interface with medical aid, which has reduced significantly the errors that usually used to give us a problem with the so-called ICT then coding. At this point in time, we are able to submit the claims and get the payment within a short space period of time. So we also have what we call the patient verification system that we have rolled out, wherein when patients, present themselves at our institution, we are able to identify who they are. If they happen to give us false information, we are able to identify through that particular system to say, you are working, you work for this department, so the category that you are supposed to be classified is of a person who is employed, and you need to pay for the services that you have received. That, if you look at the revenue collection for the prior 2 years, we have exceeded that which we were given by Treasury. Though we are not happy that the debt book is growing because of RAF. Then on the issue of irregular expenditure, I would like to indicate that we have also contracted a service provider who is going to help us with what we call a probity audit, because we have realized that from the department point of view, we do not have the capacity to can see issues of fraudulent documents that have been submitted to us. But if we've got external service providers who have got audit capacity or experience, they will assist us to deal with those issues that have been passing through our system, to an extent that when we are audited, they are identified and end up resulting in irregular expenditure. The other thing that we are doing, our internal control, we have tried to capacitate it to a certain extent, to an extent that they also do sampling across the province, looking at the transactions that have been concluded by our institution, in order to also eradicate or eliminate this particular issue of non-compliance on supply chain processes. And the last part, I think, which I also identified, it was the issue of the delay in resolving the resolution by the Scopa. I would like to indicate that the 4 that we are still, looking at this point in time, you'll appreciate the issue that on the audit outcome, until we get to a point of getting the clean audit, is then that it will be resolved. However, the department, as the HOD has indicated, has already put in place what we call the audit action plan, which we have seen a significant reduction throughout the prior financial years in terms of implementing them, by almost more than 50% movement less of the findings, which we would like to acknowledge and also indicate to the committee that we are in the process of moving towards the clean audit, which we wouldn't want to promise at this point in time that it's a overnight process, but it could take another year or two, but we are going there by those issues that we have put in place. Let me allow Mr. Mawasha to come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, and members, I'm following just on what the HOD has said in response to the medical legal matters, and she has covered quite a lot of what was asked. I just need to emphasize the fact that we are defending matters. We are not the dominant litigant, and therefore we are not in control of the pace of the legal process. That is in addition to the congestion in courts. There's also a duty upon the person that's litigating to push through a court case in the processes. We have improved quite a lot, Chair, in terms of what we need to do from our side in terms of meeting court deadlines in respect of our duty in the litigation process. But the people litigating, and part of the reason for this is we're predominantly talking medical legal matters, and by their very nature, they are quite protracted, Chair. The process of getting all the evidence you need against the department is not as simple as in a motor vehicle collision and contracts and so on. Even contracts can take long, but medical negligence or even personal injury matters by their very nature take very long. They involve sourcing specialists and taking the complainant to specialists to be seen. And all of those processes take time, and it's largely in the hands of the plaintiff, who must collect the evidence to confront us with. So we're largely not in control of the matters. And when they eventually get to table a case in court, then the court also has its own challenges with a congested court roll. I think that is the only matter that the HOD that needed to be added upon. I don't. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
For the responses, I think on the issue of litigations, we also sponsored a resolution to say the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury must compile a register of all the litigations and all cases that have been reported, so that they are able to work with you to make follow-ups. So where it's possible, for example, they can even fast-track the issue of court dates to say, hey, this case has been there for a long time. Let's ensure that we push, because the sooner these cases are resolved, the better. And we know that it won't be easy. The legal processes are long by nature, but at least let's have progress. Let's see something happening. What I did not understand in your responses is the issue of the contracts of the coal and and linen contracts on. In fact, I did not get the whole thing. Where is it, and then what is happening now with regard to that particular contract?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members and MEC colleagues. With regard to the two contracts to the value of 128 million each, refers to the issues that were identified by AG, where there was an element of fraudulent information which was provided to the department for bidding processes. And this matter was also investigated by AG itself, because they brought the unit that is called, Investigative Business Unit, where the department went to an extent of doing the, assessment and agreed with the AG, and we then disclosed it as irregular. But furthermore, Treasury came in, requested to use the external investigators to investigate, of which we worked together with those external investigators. At this point in time, we are waiting for them to give us that report in order for us to action their recommendation. Internally, we had already started, wherein we were, at the level of also implementing consequence management. But because of, the external investigators, we had to wait for the report, which will be more comprehensive, to assist us to then deal with the recommendation comprehensively. So that is where we are. We are told that the report is ready, but unfortunately it has not yet reached our attention or not yet given to the department at this point in time.
Where I'm getting confused is that you're saying the AG has sanctioned the business to make investigation, and also the Treasury, you are working with the Treasury for an investigation, and you are at an advanced stage with regard. So there are two investigations on the same matter, if I have to understand. That's why I'm saying I'm getting confused.
So as they audited us, they brought that unit and they showed us that this is fraudulent. So with that, it meant that we as the department must take consequence management against the people within ourselves who may have missed that. But this was referred now for, is it forensic? Is for investigation by Treasury. So this is now an investigation that will assist the department to take disciplinary steps against the officials as well as the companies that have provided those fraudulent documents.
Thank you very much for that clarity. We hope that we will time and again get the progress. Okay, you are recognized, but maybe before I know that there is a document that is talking to that. That is why Honorable Mabuja was able to raise a question on that. But I also failed to get this. Or maybe you have just you did not do the breakdown of the cases. Is one of the cases under which under the resolutions that you're presenting there. No, I'm just saying we have 4 resolutions that are outstanding, and then this case in particular falls under which resolution there?
It is still coming, Chair. Sorry, Honorable Chair. It is still coming. It's in the 23-24 financial year audit and the findings.
Are we still going to have another presentation today?
What we are trying to say, Honorable Chairperson and members, it was not yet a resolution. We brought it here, or we are talking about it because it's the irregular expenditure that has been identified in the 23-24, which in 24-25 it was confirmed, meaning that Scopa has not yet, gave it as a resolution or treat it as a resolution as yet.
That was what was confusing me, because is one of the resolutions that were just adopted in the House last week, MEC. Okay. Honorable.
What I was raising earlier, the clarity that I was seeking, was whether the department is still waiting for the order papers. Are they still waiting for that access to be granted even now? That was the question that I raised. Yes, I know you touched on it, and we all know how departments are struggling to access certain things from the legislature. But in this regard, are they still waiting or what? That is the question that I raised, and I did not hear them touching on it.
Thanks, Chair. I think the straight answer is that we are still waiting. We still don't have the order papers. We are still waiting for legislature. But also I've heard the advice from you, and I think maybe it would assist the route that you have said that we should maybe discuss it in the portfolio committee so that we can be able to access those order papers, because from where we are, we know that the report we presented in both the portfolio committee and the Scopa, hence we need to check with a legislature if indeed they were tabled. If not, then we'll be guided by the House what to do, whether we go and table or what we do. But for now, we are still waiting for those other papers.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question? Honorable Mabucha?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and greetings once again. Yeah, it's just a brief one, Chair. That, we understand the department will be having monthly meetings with RAF. But had the tables turned, and it was the department owing RAF or any other entity, it was going to be very difficult. We would be sitting here with a very unfortunate situation. We have seen in other provinces, whenever RAF is owing them, mainly municipalities, they switch off their lights and water, and then they are quick to pay. So we are saying to you, MEC, that please find alternative creative means to force them to pay you, to force them to pay the department, because otherwise, you can see there are governance issues in RAF. We are going to be told there's no money to pay, and you would be expected to write off this debt. And then the question that I was not answered decisively on is that, MEC, I think we must have a very frank discussion one day about the trend that is happening. I can challenge you, MEC, if you can go around town and check all these doctors that have open practice, you will find them on your PESAL. Most, if not all, you will find them on your PESAL. So, we've realized they will do that. We don't know whether you are approving or you are just not approving. No? But we've realized that when these doctors are not getting approval, they decide to leave. But then, what then becomes a problem is that our people can't afford this expensive private healthcare service, they rely on us as government to provide those services for them, mainly for free. So, MEC, I know of one podontist, is a podontist. I think it's a specialist of the gums. That specialist was alone in this province. But I'm told they did some RWOPs, and that RWOPs was rejected. And why is it rejected? The rationale behind the rejection is that the person that I'm making an application to is not a specialist. So he has been there in practice. He's also practicing on the sidelines. He's practicing, but he's not doing what I'm doing. So he's my supervisor. So this supervisor of mine will have a jealousy, so honor approve. I can tell approve or approve HOD, but or whether it's a chain. Ne? But at the end of the day, that person decided to, but here they are just frustrating me, whereas other people are doing it. Why is it not fair to me? So that person decided to leave the service of the department and go to another province that is accommodative enough for what she wants and what the department wants. And then there's a particular way that they will manage how this one comes. But at the ultimate end is that we are going to be the ones, our people are going to be the ones that are going to suffer. If this migration of specialists is not going to be well managed, I'm not saying do favors, but I'm just saying let's have a conducive environment whereby we will manage this thing in another way to accommodate the deficit if it arrives. Because I'm told, Kama Polokwane, I'm not sure, I'm told, Kama Polokwane, there's no plastic surgeon. The only plastic surgeon, I think, is alone in Mankwe. So if that plastic surgeon, Bam Micha, go net care, or no, look, we've got space for you, we don't have specialists. Bam Micha go net care, Bam Micha local medical clinic, and then it's in your service. Then he says to you, please approve this thing for me. And then a lot of red tapes, and that approval doesn't get through. And this person decides to leave the service of the state. It is our people that are going to serve. So I'm just saying, I don't know whether you must recruit more so that when this one decides to resign and then we have a challenge, then we know there are more that are still there. But if that one person that we have decides to leave, the backlog in our hospital is going to be quite a lot. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the input. I think they will note it, and then they will make sure that our people receive services and maybe come up with retention strategies to retain these scarce skills that we don't have or that are scarce in the province, because the retention strategy is also very critical, especially when you have a few specialists like you are indicating. So that was the comment. But my last issue, which I'm not sure if it's me who does not understand. James, can you go to to that table of 13 number, 13 and 4? As they were briefing me, they said the closed are 6, and then remaining resolutions are 4, which you have presented. And then according to that table, there are 13 closed. So question is, if I understand you, MEC, correctly when you say yes is 6, but the 7 are resolved, why are they still classified under closed? If they are resolved, why don't we have the third column to say we've got 7 resolved and 6 closed? I fail to understand that breaking down of that 6 and 13.
So, as from the department point, before you explained when we started about the 6 closed, from the department where we stand, we knew we've got 13, the rest are closed, the rest are resolved, 4 outstanding. So when we say closed, we were using it closed, resolved. That's what we meant. But after you have explained the 6 that you said you were not understanding with my team, then my understanding is that if we separate the word resolved, it means the rest are resolved. So from 13, the 6 that you have mentioned as closed, we leave them aside. Then the difference between the ones that are remaining and the 4 that we are presenting are resolved. So maybe we will have to redo that table coming forward. Where we stood until you mentioned that matter is that we were under the impression that we have resolved. Our close meant resolved. And maybe if I could go a little bit further, from my understanding to say the 6 that we are referring to, that you may be referring to say you will question the treasury. Our understanding is that they were not totally gone from what we understand because it was the same resolution, significant uncertainty. It was there. It was just repeating after many years. And our understanding was that they collapsed. Instead of having the same resolution for 2014, 15, 2015, because it's the same thing, it's referring to medical legal, significant, and they collapsed. So it still remained there, but it's just that now instead of being counted as 3, it's been counted as 1. The second one, the other one, is the one of a regression in audit outcome. It will be counted several times. Instead of being counted several times, they collapsed and counted as 1. So that was our understanding from the department side, that these matters the numbers have reduced because instead of counting significant uncertainties 3 times, they counted it 1. Not that they were removed. That was our understanding. So maybe as Treasury will explain, they will be explaining what I'm saying. Then the rest were resolved.
Yeah, okay. I can meeting. Let's leave it like that. We agreed that we are going to have quarterly meetings. And then by October, I think beginning of October or end of, this is July, ne? July, August, September. I think our next meeting should be in October. In October, we would have asked the Treasury to clarify the closing, and then also the implication of the 13 instead of 6 and the compression of those significant uncertainty from all the previous financial years into one financial year. Because my understanding with this significant uncertainty, even if they can be from 2014, they are named significant in whatever. My understanding is that 2024 case may not be 2014 case may not be the same as 2016 case. You may find that in 2016, you were sued for a woman giving birth at the gate of the clinic. 2017, 2018 is another case. Of course, they are related. You find that when you put them together, you have an amount which you must defend and all those things. It's fine if the way it is the way the Treasury think that it should be managed is fine, but we are saying that we will get more clarity with Treasury. Maybe in the next meeting they will even be there so that they are able to clarify what is to close. Because when we take a case to the Treasury, we take it so that it is regularized, and there are guidelines or the steps that must be taken. You must satisfy certain criteria up to when they are satisfied and say this case qualifies to be condoned. So there's a difference between a case being condoned and then this one of being closed is a new term to us. That is why we are saying we need to understand under which conditions, because we know the conditions under which an issue can be condoned with the Treasury, following investigation and all these processes, consequence management, and still the Treasury is satisfied that indeed the department has taken necessary steps to deal with this thing and they condone it. So the closing and the 13 vis-a-vis the 6 we'll see in the next hearing or in the next meeting, where our quarterly meeting where we track the resolutions. If there are no further questions, I think honorable members, you heard what the progress is in terms of the Department of Health, and we are looking forward to have further progress in the next quarterly meeting. But we are happy at least that they seem to be doing something, and that is what we want. And we are saying, as you submit those progress reports to Scopa, don't wait for the date, for example. You must just know quarterly meetings will be there in October. So by that time, when we give you a date, we'll just be saying, please submit, but you must not be starting with compiling this resolution, because this resolution you can update every day. Once there is progress, you can go to the board and write something. So when we write a letter, you must be ready already. That is when you have to deal with, because not long there will be those resolutions from the House that we have just passed last week. They will be coming, so at least they must find you ahead in terms of the implementation of those resolutions. So we just want to thank you. I don't know, MEC, if you have a word before we go to the next item.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. And as we have said when we started, we continuously appreciate the guidance that we get from the committee, and we'll continue to work hard to ensure that we actually do resolve all the resolutions. Some of the matters that were raised here are matters that needed us to note from honorable members and to go and check what is happening in our institutions so that we can improve and be able, like the example that he gave in terms of specialists, that we want to keep them, but also want to see value for money, because we cannot keep them if they are not assisting the people of Limpopo. So we look into that, and also saying there's a criteria for everything and everyone should be treated fairly. We do not want to see others being granted AROPS while others are not being granted, while they all qualify to get. But also we are saying in terms of supervision, we are ensuring that it's strengthened so that we know that even if you've got the permission to conduct AROPS, you also honor the hours that you are supposed to serve in our facilities. We continue to work very hard to ensure that we bring proper services to the people of Limpopo, and we appreciate this committee for ensuring that indeed we stick to what we are supposed to be doing. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity, and all honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable MSC and your team. We are on the way forward, which is what we were dealing with. And then, is there any announcements, Mr. Kare?
Oh, thank you very much. We invite everyone who is here for afternoon tea. Do not leave. You have to consume the tea, lest will impose fruitless and wasteful expenditure on Mr. Modau, the CFO. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you very much. We really appreciate this fruitful meeting. Indeed, this is what we are going to do from now on, which will also assist you to clear all these issues that are usually raised by the auditor. And I'm telling you, if we continue to do this, we are moving towards the clean audits. Hence, you have shown an improvement that is appreciated, but we are looking forward to the clean audit or the unqualified audit opinion without findings. And we believe that if we continue to work hard like this, we can achieve that. Thank you very much, honorable members, staff. Thank you very much. This meeting has come to its logical conclusion. Thank you.